Um, it's
I was sweet.
you were probably busy studying because you were so annoyed about not being able to go hang out with Lorene or something.
Hmm.
I wanted to make sure I passed the upcoming tests.
Technically speaking, if you were here last session, I would have gone over the extracurricular part because you had to study and you were gonna have it was gonna be with Drazimir, but they did put extra flavor text for like all the different dormitories for like here's about the Wizard Bloom and here's about Lorehold and everything, and he would try to take you to the different areas to try to see if this environment helped you better academically, and I would have gone over all the flavor stuff for you,
Hmm.
but that didn't happen.
Oh,
So today is the day before the test. Um, Alina sleeps completely soundly and more confident than ever that she will pass the test this time. Damn it!
ugh,
One more day. You got this.
got that test boner.
Kendricks wakes up, and by the way, yes, all of you have a long rest. So if you're not full health or don't have all your resources, yada yada.
Huzzah!
Um, Kendricks wakes up, and the last thing you remember is falling to the mimic. So I guess things turned out okay? Question mark.
You're at least not inside of
Well,
the
I'm
mirror.
not dead and I'm in my room. That sounds like a success to me.
You don't
I
know
will
what happened.
probably be asking them about it later.
Yeah, because you don't technically know where they are or what happened to them. If it's technically possible, from what you gathered, that if all of you got downed, you would have been brought back, or maybe you would have gone to the infirmary, or maybe you would have been in a having a very different kind of conversation rather than you with your thoughts about why you were in the biblioplex after hours without permission. Um, but at least you're in bed, so it can't be all that bad. Goswin had a very nice sleep for what feels like the first time in at least a week.
Woohoo!
Glutton.
And you know how you tried to, bogart some premature study bonuses before, Sai?
Sure.
Yeah, those are gone.
Oh,
You have mental fatigue, and so you don't have those as a bonus for your test.
oh. Well, I mean, at least no one died.
And for the record, I wanted to do more, but you got such a high saving throw, it would have been mean to try putting it on you. So let's see what happens next time someone doesn't pass a saving throw.
Mm.
So yeah, the four of you are currently in your separate dorm rooms, and you, this is the morning. You're done with your routine, so it's like mid morning. What do you want to do on the day before the test? Say it's like a Thursday, and you ever only go to that class once only on Fridays because at that period of time or whatever. It's like say it's at that time slot on Fridays, and that's when you have it.
Mm.
What do you all want to do?
Well, I guess it would be a good thing
Study.
to meet up with everybody else, especially after what happened last night.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, because keep in mind, Goswin, only Incoretta knows what you do and what you are.
Hmm. She said she'd keep a secret, but I'm gonna say it out loud anyway.
Does that mean you search the other ones out and make sure everyone is gathered?
Yes.
And what kind of location would you do this? Would you do it on any of the particular sub campuses to a very particular spot to lessen the blow or be a little more discreet about it? Would you just go somewhere you're all comfortable with? What do you want to do?
I was thinking mainly the study rooms, the ones where you can draw the curtains and be somewhat private.
When he gets us all
We're
together,
finally going there.
Alina would,
Exactly.
Oh, the cafe.
Hmm.
yeah, when everybody's together, Alina would probably be like, "Man, it feels like I haven't seen you all for weeks.
Hmm. Crazy.
I've been studying very hard. I don't want to fail this next test."
Okay, so you are all gathered at the Fire Jolt Cafe, with or without a drink. It's really cheap, so it doesn't matter. and you're in one of those isolated rooms where the sound does not travel, even though people normally in these rooms are doing it for the sake of quiet studying in the first place. They don't want to be, soundproof curtains so you can't hear it outside, but it also works both ways. So you're not going to get disturbed during your conversation. Go ahead.
All right, I need to let you guys know something. Incoretta already knows. I'm a Dampier, and I need to feed off dreams.
You feed on dreams?
Yes.
Which means I need an insight check from Kendrix and Alina. Alina gets advantage.
Oh.
Oh, you already got really high.
And so. Let's- I was asleep. I have no idea.
Yeah, it doesn't quite dawn on you, Kendrix, but Alina puts two and two together really fucking quick. Dreams? Wait a minute. It was his fault you failed the first test!
You caused that?
I think so. I don't know exactly what it would fully entail for you, and when you failed and said that stuff, I'm like, oh no, this is because of me. I'm very sorry.
Well, typically, us elves don't dream. So,
I guess it's more so about
it had
your memories of your past lives instead of
It-
actual dreams.
it would have had to have been you mucking with my head. Why?
I can't control it sometimes. Once I get too far without any, it drives me to go find it.
And this is why I have decided to volunteer to help our dear friend, because we can't have people like poor Alina over here failing tests left and right. They can't handle it.
But what about you? This will negatively affect you, and you can't resist its negative effects forever.
Alina, listen, there's something that you don't understand. Negative effects are what pushes people to their limits. It's the perfect opportunity for me to be the best I can be.
I think if you're suffering from a negative effect, that is the opposite of being at your best.
This is
I-
coming from somebody who has a paintbrush in their hair.
It's-
Leave the training to me.
It's a wand. It's an ancient family heirloom. It's not actually used for painting.
Anchoretta will pull out a sword and say, and this is a sword.
Yes,
Uh,
it is.
For the record, Incoretta, as far as you can tell, you're not suffering from that much of ill effects right now. You don't feel like completely drained or anything.
Oh, good.
Well, you're only having a conversation. You don't really. You're not. This isn't the environment or the context where you would notice the effects of it.
Well, I guess just remind me not to go into a trance around Winnie.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not gonna feed off of you again.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't quite trust that. You said that you sometimes can't control it. Even if Angaretta is volunteering, that's no guarantee that she'll always be able to help.
Damn, he's spitting facts though.
And technically speaking, if you roll really badly on like multiple dice rolls in a row, I can see a possibility where you would feed on Helena again.
Yeah. Let's hope not.
Well, now that we've learned a bit more about one of our acquaintances.
Not the downgrade.
Uh, I think I'm gonna get back to studying. Does anybody wish to join me? As I said, I really don't want to fail this next test.
I will join you after I take care of something first.
I kind of want to go see if the magic
I'm
guy
always
has
up for
cool
a good
stuff.
study session.
What was that, Winnie?
I kind of want to go see if that magic guy got some cool stuff, the one that sells the items.
Huh. Okay, have fun with that. Try not to eat anybody's dreams.
Dang.
So for the time being, the group partially breaks apart. Uh, um, and it's one of those, oh shoot, it's a little too late for that, darn kind of things. Um, when you're on your way to try to find Grayson or someone who might know his whereabouts, Goswin, you realize you never really mentioned the part where you only have to feed every few days. You don't have to do it like on a nightly basis, but you didn't give them that little peace of mind.
Oh, I didn't even think about that portion of it.
Exactly, that's why I mentioned it was like a, oh darn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, maybe later.
So I guess Alina and Kendricks would stay in the like study room. It's like, I mean, we're already here. It's used for studying. Might as well study here. So
That tracks.
whenever you're finished with your business, Ankaretta, you can come back and join us.
Well,
Uh, can I get an intelligence check, Francoretta?
sure. Where the hell is
Based
my
on raw
character sheet?
memory.
Oh, there we go. All right. Intelligence. Yay.
Oh, dang. You,
I guess you wanted to pass.
You
that.
you perfectly recall how last time you studied for a test and you didn't need anyone's help and you aced it anyway.
Oh, I know. Denver didn't forget about that.
are
But
you not surprised?
you're getting the invite to come study with them again, and you're like, I don't know, I didn't really need to.
Well, she knows him better now, so she'll come back, but she's gonna go to her room and write up a document and then give her 2 weeks to what's her face.
What?
You're quitting your job?
Yeah, she's quitting.
Not the club?
Wait. Yeah, she quits both.
Well,
Okay,
Why?
if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. I am not going to stop you.
Why?
because she's in both of them.
Because Ankaretta has slept on it for several weeks, and she has realized that being in the club and this job are not doing her any good.
Yeah, who'd want that easy gold? You're right.
She'll get gold another way.
Meaning a different
Technically
job.
speaking, there is a way to get there. I had read about how you can how you might end up finding gold later on in this session, but whatever. Because there are other possibilities to get them jobs, but we'll see how that goes.
I mean, she might just get a different job. You never know.
True. And you might meet new coworkers and be like, I barely knew you. Now I see you every day. What's up?
More
Oh my god, is there a
NPCs.
huge ass list of jobs you have? Oh my god. Okay. You turn in your quote unquote resignation. There is no 2 weeks notice required. You are just immediately cut from the thing. There is no severance pay, and there is no offboarding concept for any jobs or clubs here. It's just you lose all effects of that.
Cool.
So any student dice you would have had access to, you no longer have access to due to extracurriculars and jobs.
Okay.
You have the relationship points locked in with whoever they were about because you're so technically able to interact with those characters, but you can't make it easier on yourself by having said job and club and stuff.
She's not missing out on anything.
Yeah, it's not like you like to roar or either way, right?
What?
It's not like you like to roar or like
Oh, I
friend
mean,
her
yeah,
or
she
anything.
gave her a tattoo, and that's about it.
Well, I mean, she wasn't unfriendly to you. It's not like you can magically res someone with no cost right now or anything.
No, no, yeah, I don't know.
And by the way, you never mentioned that whatsoever to any of the other party members.
Oh no, I know. I've been waiting for the best time to whip it out.
Kendrick is down! Yeah, we can wait.
Denver, please don't whip it out. Well, actually, if you're going to, at least you're in the privacy of your own room.
During the time it takes Incoretta to do that process, Goswin would have easily found out where Grayson was. Actually, he was doing kind of the same thing that he had the same idea Alina had, which was study for the test tomorrow. It had it at a different time during the day. So if you had like a morning class of that, like a early afternoon class for like magical physiologies, he had like an early morning one kind of thing. But he wasn't in your actual same class. And you found him in his dorm doing like solitary study. He answers the door like he was very obviously interrupted from something that he wants to get back to. Like when you bug someone with their headphones on and they're like, "What?"
Sorry to intrude. I know you sell the magic items at this school, right?
He looks at you with a very prominent frown and in a very deadpan voice, he's like, "Yeah, ladder so the faculty can hear."
I look around like I don't see any. And then
Do an Arcana check.
Arcana.
Fail.
You don't notice anything, but you know from that that the fact that the faculty here is very powerful, and this is an entirely school of magic. It is very possible that if the faculty wanted to, it is feasible that they could have basically magical sentries or eavesdropping spells put here and there, or like items kind of for that purpose kind of thing.
What, does the school have an actual magic item shop that I don't know about? I wouldn't
Not
say that out loud,
not
but
yeah, not lit as a player, like not that you currently know of otherwise.
yeah. So it's like, why would the school really care? It's like, oh hey, you're helping the students. Wow.
It's kind of like one of those best kept, like the worst kept secrets kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's technically supposed to be thought of and treated as a quote unquote secret.
I mean, wouldn't magic items be basically the equivalent of doping at a school?
Well, keep in mind, this isn't just, hey, this is like Hogwarts. It's also about you can come because the school technically allows non-magical classes to come here, because the concept is to learn how to use magic to enhance what you already want to do in life. If you just want to be a cartographer, you don't necessarily need magic for that. You can go and explore and draw your maps. But you might be able to learn some spells along the way, maybe go into Silverquill or whatever, and learn how to do it a lot more efficiently, as an example.
Ooh, like Anchoretta.
And that's only one example. A lot of it's how to use magic to do what you want to do better, rather than here's all the things about magic. Because the required class is like, if you're a generalized adventure, magical physiologies is like, hey, here's the deal with all these magical monstrous things you're going to deal with while adventuring. We're going to make sure you're informed so you're not dead, kind of concept. That's why it's required. From your look of confusion, it was one of those yanks you by the top scruff of your shirt and yanks you in the room. It's like one of those. You can have a strength saving throw if you don't want to get yanked in, but you want to talk to him anyway. So I'm guessing you're gonna forego that.
Yeah, it was like we're gonna want to talk anyway. So
you notice that he's like strangely strong for someone of a like medium smallish build.
he has magic items of his own.
And he sits down at his desk where you clearly see some like different scrolls and parchments, and it's not like anything secret, so he's not trying to hide it or anything. It's just very obviously studying for the same test. Like it seems like similar material that you would have seen with a leaner kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he hand waves wordlessly, basically like, "What do you want?"
Magic spellbook, if you can procure one.
He does this thing where he's like using his nail, where it's like on the wood of the desk to be like in as he's silent in thought. And he's like, yeah, I might have one for cheap too, but you're gonna have to get it while it's good because this is a pretty powerful item. I'll need to make sure you get it before someone else. I'll need it before Monday's classes for the payment, and you'll need to fulfill 2 conditions of mine if you want the book. And he informs you that basically, mechanically speaking, it is an arcane grimoire +3.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells you the first condition is to agree to all the conditions before knowing what they are.
Oh. All right.
Like, let's sell that soul, Matt.
I already did it once.
Not officially. One of the things is you can never tell anyone that you're actually buying this from him. You can never actually tell anyone, hey, I got it from so and so, kind of thing.
Okay.
Secondly, 100 gold.
Okay.
And the third one is a reminder about the fact that it has to be done before Monday. Right now, it's Thursday afternoonish kind of thing. And the last one is for you, and this is the one where you have your last minute backup, but you still have to abide by the whole, you can't say anything about this concept, where you have to abide and willingly go under a Gaius spell.
Oh.
A what?
Gios.
If you want to pronounce it that way, yeah.
Gios, homie.
Mm-hmm.
I heard Chris Perkins, one of the writers of the book, say it like that, so I'm going to go with his pronunciation. Thank you.
Okay.
But
I mean,
Code Gios would make sense if you know of that anime.
Fuck that.
It's basically what it is.
Yeah, if it's cast at high enough thing, is basically lasts forever.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, if it's cast at a certain base level, it's like lasts for 30 days or so. But it's basically if you don't agree to the terms or try to going against the terms at any point, you will suffer a powerful amount of psychic damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's like that thing in from Harry Potter, that oath thing.
No, but Unbreakable, you can potentially survive this amount of psychic damage if you're high enough level. But for your current level, this will very obviously outright kill you by doing enough damage to you so you're negative your whole health into the negative kind of thing.
Yeah, for me, comparing it to the Harry Potter thing, because like I know of Code Geass, I've only watched a few episodes and I did not enjoy it.
It's not about that though.
Yeah.
Well, he was comparing it to that, and I was like, I don't understand.
It was
I don't
the name, like just the name, not the anime.
Okay.
Pronunciation not meaning connection.
Right.
So yeah, what is Goswin's? Because give me an intelligence roll from Goswin. Actually, give me a history.
History.
You might not suck at it, you know.
Well, right now it is the same.
You're aware of what everything, even though it's a low-level character, you are aware of what the Gias spell entails. So if you want to accept the Gias spell, then you know for a fact you don't know what they'll tell you to do.
I just have to.
But you know that you're locked into it for sure, unless you want to suffer dire consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the point of no return concept. Do you accept going into accepting a Gias spell?
I mean, as a character, I don't know what he would even want to have me do.
And not knowing because you're not allowed to ask what it is beforehand. You have to
Mhm.
say, do you accept it or not, kind of thing.
But it can't be anything too terrible.
Surely not.
Because they can see that I was under a spell, because this is a magic school. So, if anything, it
Depends on what they ask you to do.
would... Exactly.
Depends on what you're asked to do. Yeah.
It's like I have no clue if it's going to be anything terrible or not, so... Well... Sure.
He gets a scroll. And you see him read a few arcane words, and you see that he's basically unlocking one of his like a bottom drawer on his desk, and and he puts his whole entire length of his arm inside the drawer like it was a fucking bag of holding, but a drawer. Not necessarily like that, but he got that's to get the another spell scroll out, and then the conditions of the Gaia spell is being cast at a high enough level where it is indefinite. It does not go over. It does not go away in 30 days.
Oh, lovely.
And your instructions are to keep written records of what all of your friends do and report back to him, and never let anyone know that you're doing this.
Oh, lovely.
That's not suspicious at all.
I guess if he didn't know that I'm friends with Inkred, he will soon know.
He knows.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's seen you with us before.
Yeah.
I'm
But it
surprised
wasn't
he
like
even
a-
did the deal with you, considering how we acted the last time.
Well, I'm not used to that's why.
Denver, do you not realize how much an arcane grimoire plus 3 is supposed to cost?
A lot.
Oh my god, he conned you!
I mean, we will see.
If he doesn't get the gold, he doesn't get the book, but he still accepted the Gaia spell put on him.
You gonna die.
Not if he follows through with what he's supposed to do. Not if he records and reports as he's supposed to. Which and you don't even need to check for this for Goswin. You realize that you're smart enough to take notes and pass it off as taking notes of something else. It's not that it's actually you actually don't see this as that difficult of a task.
Yeah.
But you can give me an insight check if you think Goswin would be curious as to why this particular gas would be cast on you.
I am very curious. But
This
not
man is
insightful.
inscrutable. So yeah, you don't get much from that. I'm sorry. You had the Gaius cast upon you, and you now have your orders, so to speak. Whenever you're able to, you will take your Goswin will be compelled to try to take notes when anything noteworthy happens. When it's any of you, no matter what is happening to or who it involves, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it seems mundane, it still qualifies as something happening to one of you, so he has to record and report. It would be and you are still required to get the 100 gold by Monday, or you don't get the grimoire still.
Mm-hmm.
And then he almost pushes you out the door after he relocks his drawer.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and I guess I'll be seeing you, ideally before Monday, or someone else gets to have a shot. And he closes the door very promptly, not quite rudely enough to say right in your face, but you're kind of right there, and there's no other real way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I gotta go write a letter to my family. See if they want to send me a bit more gold.
What do you think you would? You can give me any kind of check you want as long as you can defend it. How do you want to do this letter?
Well, I can't think of any other ones to say other than like persuasion or maybe deception, but
Like I said, you can use any check as long as you can explain a reason to use that specific one.
mm, I'll use nature because I'm trying to appeal to the nature of my father to want to help his child.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
What kind of dad would want to help their child?
Oh, rich one.
He has a rich noble father back in Faerun, so because Strixhaven is pretty magical, it is as far as like uh, correspondence home between this and other realms. They're actually pretty adept at it. And so you actually do maybe you have to wait like a couple of hours, but you do get a response really quickly, as far as relatively speaking, what you would ever expect. Um, uh, you are told that you will get the money, but they're having drama happen back in town, and so as soon as they can get it to you is a week from now. But it will be the full 100
Mm-hmm. So it was this Monday. So a week from now would be afterwards.
the next Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Because how you explained the letter, you were trying to have him help you and beseech his good nature to help his child.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't necessarily explain that you explained the full situation and the urgency of the matter.
Yeah. Since that was like oh hey, let's just not explain everything to everyone else.
So that's your current situation. In a week, you'll get 100 gold if everything goes right with with what your family promised. But you need it sooner than that.
Mm-hmm.
And you already realize that you're still stuck with this Gaia spell, even if you don't get the 100 gold. And it's possible that you may have to ask your party for help with the money.
I can tell you right now, out of character, um, despite being upset with you, Alina would be willing to help if you could guarantee that you would pay her back. Like any bit of gold she gives you, you would return.
Oh yeah.
Where
That'd be
would you
kinda
go
easy.
from this point in time after you got your response? And would you actually go straight to your party, or what would you do?
I would go straight to my party if they're at the place where I left them, basically, because I don't know
Cafe,
if they
the
left.
Fire Jolt Cafe. They went into one of the isolated rooms.
Mm-hmm.
But would Anchoretta have already been there with them? Sorry.
Well, she wouldn't do linger, I guess, at the job in the
Oh
club.
yeah,
She's
yeah.
going to go
As I said, like
after.
after you got your quote unquote 2 weeks notice, which is instantaneous notice, it was like, okay, I'm quitting. Okay, bye.
Yep.
Yeah. So after you did all that, would you go back to go with Kendricks and Aline to study?
Yep, she would.
Okay. Then Goslin finds the three of you where he had left you. And you don't even need perception checks for this. It's very obvious when he comes through the curtain, he does not have a magic item. Not blatantly anyway, even though he was going to go check on someone having a magic item.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hmm. I really, I really want to like give him a new nickname, but the one I want to give him just really wouldn't make
Creepy.
sense. No, I wanted to call him Drowsy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense in this context, in this setting at all. So it's like, because
Would
I
any of
like
us? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say like Alina is a very nice person, but it's like if you do something that like she still has a bad side. Like you can still get on a bad side. Goslin's not fully there because it's like okay, I do accept like you didn't have complete control, but this could have been avoided if you were honest with us.
So I have a -1 with Alina.
That's
So
fine.
you're not like on her I'm done with you list, but it's just like she's miffed.
It's my word.
No, it's not.
Like you don't got that -2 Bane yet, but you're looking at that -1 pretty firmly.
I wouldn't even say firmly, because again, it was like you couldn't control it, so it's like you're not fully at fault.
And keep in mind, Godwin didn't technically explain how he got like this in the first place, or that this wasn't completely natural as a racial thing.
Wait,
I
Dompiers aren't
think
the Scorn?
They can be.
They can be, but he wasn't.
Ah,
But he never explained what his origin was for the Dampier concept. And so, as far as you're all concerned, if he's a Dampier, I guess he always was one kind of thing, like Aurora.
yeah, because to be completely honest, I don't know much about Dompiers in like any sort of like setting. I've heard the term before, and really the only information I ever heard about them, just because I was never like interested enough to look it up, was one of the guys from Smosh in a video referring to them as a vampire half turned. So
For the lore explained for the race, it's basically someone makes a pact with a higher power. It's possible that you may unintentionally get their unending hunger along with it for that connection. And so you will have some kind of hunger, but we already have Winston, and so it's like we don't need another vampire. Not really. Come on, get different. And then I saw that dreams were allowable as a Dampier. And you're like, okay, fine, I'll allow Dampier, but only if you do dreams
gotcha.
to make it more interesting. Because they can do stuff like blood, flesh, etc. But it's like, nah.
Mm.
But yeah, it's very obvious when it's like someone saying, someone who's soaked saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go dry off." They come back still soaked. That's how obvious it is. Where it was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go see about a magic item." Come back, no item. It's like, huh. While you're all currently studying, he just pops in. Is there any interaction at this point or no? Or is it just like, I'm gonna join him studying, and like, okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
How'd it go?
I don't have quite enough money for it.
Mm. Sucks.
Insight.
Okay, go ahead and roll. This bitch broke.
Yeah.
Can I try to insight why she was inciting?
Nope.
Okay.
You can try inciting Goswin yourself, but it's like, I want to figure something out. I want to know why you want to figure it out. It's like, what?
It's like why did she even care? It's like she normally doesn't show that kind of interest
It's like,
in
your trap
anything.
card triggered my trap card. And like, wait, what?
Well, she was mostly just out of curiosity because she doesn't like that guy and he doesn't like her. So she's like, let me just.
You don't like him, but you're willing to let him feed on you? What?
No.
Grayson. Or I think
The
that's
drug
his name,
dealer.
right? His name's Grayson, right?
Oh, yeah. The Grayson is the name of the vendor.
She doesn't like him.
Okay, correct. Yeah, but believe me, it's mutual.
Yeah, didn't she like?
He's currently -1 relationship points with her, and so if she gets it to -2, you'll all discover the first Bane.
Didn't she like
Which I really
intimidate him or scare him or something?
First, she had 2 real encounters with Grayson. First was intimidation. Second was antagonistic.
Yep.
And in the end, he currently has a -1 toward Ancaretta. Which I almost like for how amusing his Bane is compared to other people. I almost really just want you to piss him off more just to see what it is, because it'd be a waste of it'd be like a complete spoiler to just tell you what it is.
I mean, I'm not saying I am, but
Oh, you know what? Since you know enough about Grayson to have this burning hatred as the motivation of your wanting to learn more, I'll give you advantage. Go ahead and roll again on insight.
oh, okay. Yay.
God damn.
Grayson seems like a kind of sleazy douchebag who, from your perspective, in Coretta's perspective, that you'd want to make a deal. So not mentioning, hey guys, I got the thing I was after, is kind of weird. So why wouldn't he have just mentioned he got the thing he was going after? And if he didn't have enough gold, what did he think was gonna fucking happen? And how much gold does this fucker need? Is it like it might be more to just him being broke? Then it might be more to this than just him being broke.
Yeah, Anchoretta is like spiraling on her thoughts now because of this, and she's gonna keep it to herself for now.
Now someone else can insight if they want to know why she's fucking spiraling. Because he just comes back. There's a short exchange.
Don't know.
She's just acting kind of a little off. He got back. Maybe she got her groove. Maybe Goswin coming back put her off her groove for studying.
Probably
Even
the same for
Goswin's
us.
trying to figure it out.
It's like I
It's
just
like
walked in. What's
it's
going
acting
on?
weird. None of those would be sufficient enough to know that she's acting weird. But Kendricks and Goswin know it's not just happenstance or coincidence and timing. It does relate to the fact of what you said or didn't say just now.
Oh great! Now I'm gonna go start spiraling because it's like,
Oh,
oh no,
crap.
does she already know?
I'll be right back as long as nothing too big is happening. I just remembered I gotta throw my stuff in the dryer.
Go for it.
Fireball Centered in the
Thank
center
you,
of the
because
room.
my phone's been going off the past like 10 minutes.
Then why didn't you say anything?
Well, I thought you knew.
Wait. Your phone was going off, so
Mm-hmm.
you didn't hit the button for it?
No. I can't. There's no button. My phone's connected to the washer and dryer, and every time a cycle's done and you don't open it, it's like, hey, there's shit in there.
Oh, so there's no button on there to say hey. I hear
No.
it. No. Dumb.
You have to go like and open the door for it to stop. But I did that because I forget my laundry. A lot.
I assume he'll probably take a platinum piece, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, I have that one and I wasn't certain, so.
He'll take conversion rates and stuff. He'll take that into account. Just the equivalency of 100 gold.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what you make me think of when you're mentioning that, Sai.
Where'd you post?
Session chatter.
Oh.
That's where, yeah.
Yeah, we're
Oh.
chattering while the session is going.
Yeah.
I just realized I've been muted this entire time.
You have been muted this entire time.
thought
You know,
you were
I was
doing
also
something.
wondering.
I apologize if you felt like we were talking over you or disregarding your input.
I was sitting here like,
no,
did he
because
go
I was
away?
talking in between people talking, but then nobody was saying anything.
No.
And I'm like, oh, I guess they're just engrossed in whatever it is they were doing.
Oh, we just didn't fucking hear you.
So,
you
Yeah,
can mute
that
the whole time.
Buddy.
so did you say
Ev-
anything when I walked back in, basically, or no?
yeah, but I feel as though that ship sailed.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Well, it's not your fault. I just didn't realize I was muted. I thought I unmuted like a while ago because I was nibbling on something and I didn't want to eat in y'all's ear. Because
It's
frankly,
kind of
I can't
that.
stand that shit.
Oh,
Denver loves.
So
I do. Like the sound of like chewing is pretty nice.
Go watch a mukbang.
I do all the time.
So, if you're getting into a studying phase, I'll remind you what you can do for it, okay? Okay, you all have to pass a DC check in order for the studying to take real effect in it, but you can also explain away almost any skill you have. Like you might try a history skill to say you're pouring over books. Someone else might try a performance skill to say they're doing a series of spoken mnemonic devices. Someone else might try a sleight of hand check to create reminding gestures or practice any physical components that are a part of a course kind of thing, or like if you're reminding yourself of a somatic gesture for a spell kind of thing. So if you can, just like when I was saying it to Matt earlier, you can use literally any skill you want as long as you can justify it for studying.
I got you.
It has the same DC check, but obviously if you can justify a skill you're good at, you're more likely to pass with it.
Hmm.
So what are the four of you going to try using as a skill for your check? Like, how are you going to study?
I'll use nature to study the nature of the beast.
The number of it?
The owlbear?
Yeah, owlbear. That's what the test is on.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me nature.
All right.
And everyone else?
I'll do performance to do the like
Mnemonic
mnemonic.
devices kind of thing?
Yeah.
The example? Yeah.
Because that's my best skill. So it's like, that'll hopefully work. Nope.
I didn't feed on you this time.
I'm debating
swear.
between attempting to justify insight or survival.
Considering it's animal based, survival sounds more feasible, to be honest.
Yeah, you're trying to remember
fair
how
enough.
to survive against it.
So I will use survival to study this creature. Oh no.
And what is the role for Ankaretta? How are you going to study?
All right, so hear me out. So she's going to get her textbook, and she's
This
going
is
to
gonna end
like.
well.
She's gonna get her textbook, right? And she's gonna put it up kind of like high, and then like she's gonna read the page, and every time she reads it, she's gonna either punch or kick towards the page and also say the word. So it's like an exercise, but like studying, which is why I'm going to use athletics.
Before you roll athletics, I want you to roll an intelligence check, okay?
Okay. Damn it!
You're sure athletics will work exactly as you thought it would.
Cool.
Okay, those are your rolls for how well your studying session went.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is, you know what? No, this is, it's correlating. She doesn't want to study with y'all no more. Next time she's going back to her room, damn it.
I want you to realize that only Goswin passed the check.
Oh, I still passed?
Yes, you passed the check.
Right.
And the passing the check gives you advantage on your test rolls.
Oh, you asshole. Everything always works out for the Dream Eater, huh?
What the dream eater? Oh my god.
I didn't force you to roll those rolls, guys. I'm sorry. Like as far as what they ended up being, kind of thing. Now you have let me see, what was it called? You have an option of pulling an all-nighter.
Okay, let's do it.
I don't know, because I feel like that would negatively affect me during the test.
Don't you only sleep for like 4 hours, bro? You could literally do an all-nighter if you wanted.
I think there's only 2 people here that would actually be affected by that.
You know what? That's actually fair. I could
I
literally
will not
stay up.
be doing an all-nighter.
I could literally stay up almost the entire night studying, and then just do a 4-hour trance, and then go to the test.
Mm-hmm.
But not around Goswin.
Well, it's a good thing we don't share a room.
Yeah.
You wish.
So, who is officially saying they're going to pull an all-nighter?
I am.
Okay.
Alina.
Then, Kendrick can get a well-rested night of sleep. And Goswin can rest easy tonight, knowing that he studied, is confident about his capabilities for the next day, and is, not needing to feed tonight. So that's always a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's going to happen from pulling an all-nighter the next following morning is this: even though you come out of your trance, for the exceptions of the exact test rolls, you the two people who pulled an all-nighter gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Sweet. Love it.
You get 1 more extra reroll thing, kind of like Lucky gives, kind of thing.
Oh.
So, you're able to get through your last-minute cramming or last-minute morning routines and whatnot. But does Goswin do any last-minute emergency? No, really, guys, I need gold. Can you guys spare any? Or no?
Because what day is it exactly versus...
Currently, it's Friday. You need the money by Monday.
I would wait until at least the day after the test to not have people worrying about that when they have a test to worry about.
Okay. So then the afternoon arrives, and you all go into magical physiologies with Professor Yang. I think her name is Veranda, something like that. Veranda Yang, the dryad. Give me a perception check, all 4 of you.
Perception.
Oh my god.
Perception.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait, we're at disadvantage, Alina. We gotta
I'm
do it
actually-
again. Oh my god.
I'm
Thank
actually good at that.
Wait, we're at disadvantage because of
Yeah.
yourself?
It's an
Yeah,
Except for the exact
disadvantage.
test rolls. Exhaustion. 1 level of exhaustion is disadvantage on ability checks, but I'm exempting you for the exact rolls you studied for.
You can turn on the exhaustion tracker on your sheet.
I'm okay with not doing that. This is a very temporary thing, since you're going to lose it based on the next long rest.
Oh, well, I turn mine on because I forget things too quickly.
Kendrix is the only one that notices that it's like one of those things like how a teacher just looks at you while you're all coming in the classroom. Like, okay, no big deal. She's seeing who comes in. That's what all the rest of you think.
Yeah.
Kendrix realizes she is like visually scanning everyone. It's like she's making a perception check with every single person that comes in the fucking room, as if she's trying to look for something very specific, but you're not sure what. Because you don't have the contextual information to know what she's looking for. But you know, it's not simply just greeting the students kind of thing. You know, it's something much more to it. She has a different air about her.
I'm glad I.
Well,
didn't
that
pass
sounds like a not me problem.
If Goswin passed that, he would be smiling like, "Oh no, is she catching on?"
But you didn't pass on, so you think everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine. We're good.
So he's just smiling because he smile.
Oh, it's test time. We can do this.
Smile and wave, boys.
Did the all-nighter give any advantages?
All-nighter, even though it gave you exhaustion, it lets you get another reroll. You didn't pass the check before, but if you consider your mark on the upcoming checks, one or the other, too low, you'll be like, I want to use it on this one, and you can reroll for a potentially higher score.
But I'm guessing you have to take the second score.
No, it's whatever's higher.
Oh, okay.
You pulled it on an item, man. Effort has to mean something.
Sweet.
So the first is about the first part is a multiple choice answer portion about the owlbear disposition and habits, about their hunting, eating, mating, fighting, and living habits. I will need a nature check from the 4 of you. Goswin gets to roll with advantage.
I was about to say that sounds like exactly
I'm not
what I
terrible at nature. I'm not terrible at nature.
studied.
Look
I
at
am,
that.
apparently.
Oh my god. What?
Kara's a bitch.
I gotta love advantage.
So that would be a 21 for me, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and use mine on it too because I fucking nature roll my highest one. I got a freaking 11. You know, no, I'm not going to.
2. He did 1 nature roll. He just looks doubled back to back because he was the last one to roll last time for perception.
No.
So you rolled 19 your nature, that turned into 21, yes, for Alina, 20 for Kendrix, 9 for Goswin, and you are rolling an 11, and you're saying you want to use your all-nighter advantage for this one, correct?
No, because I'm realizing, 11 might not be that bad. That's average, right? It's just average dick size.
No, that's like freak of nature big.
In
What the fuck's
context.
wrong with
your comparison you made it your comparison changes the context.
Oh, I meant like, you know how a 10 is average? Like, I'm talking like a skill check of 10 is like a
Yeah,
6-inch dick.
Okay, but the fact that you said it initially it implied that you were saying like just saying like inches, and it's like
Oh, no, I'm
The
sorry.
connotation was that you were saying 11 inches is average, and that's
and
what
My
it's
you
bad.
not.
My
It is
bad, my bad.
not.
So what you're saying is you don't want to use your advantage on this roll, even though it's potentially you may not need it for the next one, and so your exhaustion is wasted, and because for nothing. I want you to realize that.
No,
It's one
you're
of those-
not gonna make me paranoid. You hear me, you little old man? No.
Okay. Then from the after effects of your mental fatigue, I want you to roll a 1d4 plus 2.
Yeah, I was about to say you're forgetting another thing.
You rolled an 8.
Oh my god, I should have listened.
One last chance. Do you want to use your advantage, yeah or nay?
Yes.
Watch her roll lower.
Oh my god, you did roll an 8!
Oh.
No.
Well, I mean, you still like
You,
no matter
technically
what.
speaking, you would have to roll another 1d4 plus 2, but I'm telling you right now, an 8's not passing. Okay, so next portion of the test, everyone.
I'm sorry, Denver. I'm sorry for laughing at your pain, but it sounds like you're laughing with me.
No.
Okay, this essay portion is all about owlbear companions. I'm sure Misery would have loved this. It's all about common methods for taming, training, and handling owlbears, and on keeping owlbears as companions. I will need an animal handling check from all of you.
Oh my god.
That's a 12.
I get advantage
Well, I'm
with
not
1 too.
awful at this. Yeah, I'm not awful at this.
How many sections are there?
2.
Do we have to
Okay,
do
then
the...
I'll use my advantage and I'll try again to get a higher roll.
I
Okay,
get
yeah, I'll take
advantage
the
with
15.
all of it, right? Or just that first one?
What was that, Matt?
I get advantage with all of the tests?
All of
or-
it.
Okay.
Do we do the
Why couldn't I
1d4
get that
thing?
the first time?
And Coretta does the 1d4 plus 2.
Okay. Oh my
You rolled
god.
a 7.
Y'all aren't going to be seeing Anchoretta for a while.
Good thing you quit that job at club because you weren't going to have them anyway.
Hey, at least you get to spend time with that one person you really like.
Oh my god.
He's not necessarily going to be the study partner for her.
Oh,
Oh my god, that's even worse.
I gotta have her roll a die for that. Let's see. But after the test results come back.
wait.
Oh, poor Anchoretta.
Okay. You know how you had student dice, Si?
I don't have them anymore, man. I already took them away.
You removed that resource, yeah.
I already did. You look at my sheet. It's been at 0.
Okay, so the results of the test. Kendricks as ace the task and gets 2 student dice for this.
Nice.
The dice are used on nature and animal handling, if you couldn't tell for this class type.
What?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Where did we put those? I know we were running.
I would put it as an extra resource on the front page kind of thing. If you want to manipulate a little bit for like what student dice you have on one of the slides, it's fine. So Kendrick's aced it. Let's see. With the results from Alina, she also aced it. You get 2 student dice. And you know are now once again eligible for a job and club. Or 2 clubs, 2 jobs, whatever you want to do. Fuck it.
Wait.
That's all it is. Job and club or 2 clubs.
Wouldn't I go back to the ones
If you
I already
wanted to, you're not being forced to.
Yeah, I want to go back to the same ones I had.
Okay, just making sure you're aware.
go stalk again.
You're not going to be pigeonholed into doing that if you want to change your mind at some point. Okay, and now for Incoretta for sure.
You don't even have to say it, Saws.
Okay, that is like a huge flagrant F. And for Goswin, gets 1 student dice because he passed but did not ace.
Sounds nice.
Well, I didn't do as well as the others, so.
Is Incoretta just saying, like, this is why she's studying alone, damn it?
No, she really is. She's thinking about going to like sit underneath the fucking cold ass waterfall and meditating and all sorts of shit.
Like, group study does not fucking work, people. Jeez.
She does that, and it's like, ah, man, my books are ruined. Look, it sits on our waterfall.
Who needs books?
I guarantee, after, like, once all the results come back and everything, Alina would ask Ankaretta, is like, you regretting helping with his feeding?
Are the results public?
The end results are. They're like posted at the begin at the like after it's magically really quick turnaround for grading. So you turn in your tests and to like her like intake box thing, and then it's like almost instantaneously your name and score, whether it's a fail, pass, or ace, is immediately up on like a list at the near the doors of the class as you exit.
Okay, then Ankaretta will say, I don't regret helping him at all. But you know what? Fuck the owlbears. And then she will walk away.
I mean, that is the second half of the test, so.
What?
Technically.
The second half of the test is you have to make an owlbear come.
No, it's not. It's how to make an owlbear your companion. It's literally worded as companion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And whatever method you use for taming or training or handling them is on you.
Mm-hmm.
And however you want to keep them as a companion or what kind, that's on you. But that's the wording it was used. You want to know something evil, Denver?
Mm-hmm.
Even if I didn't have you roll the negative stuff, you still would have failed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's nice.
I thought she would have at least like passed, like not aced, but just
11
like
isn't passing.
damn.
All we can do is just go up from here,
Or you could sink further and just keep failing tests.
I need a raw, straight 1d20 from you, Denver.
Okay. Oh, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. Still can't roll good even with just a regular one.
Well, I mean, I don't think isn't this for getting a study, like tutor?
Mm-hmm.
That's the word.
Actually, it is.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm gonna tell you this isn't commonly done, and I don't kind of commonly do this, but I'm gonna tell you what I had planned for this exact D20. There are exactly 18 NPCs to just have you go around and meet and befriend and stuff. And then if it were gonna be 19, I would have one of the 3 of you be assigned to do it. Because 2 of you wasted, fuck it, right? And then the 20 would be a complete rando that none of you know. That's going to be a nondescript person who's not really important at all, but they're helping you study. Give me an intelligence check.
All right.
Because when you're told this person's name, do you recognize them? Okay, you recognize Mina as one of the servers at Fire Jolt Cafe. She's going to be your tutor until you get back on your feet. Academically speaking.
Hey.
Isn't she one of the ones that like was upset at Ankaretta for yelling or scaring that guy?
That was at the Bows End Tavern. She runs the Fire Jolt Cafe.
Never mind.
At least it's not Mina Tapish. I'm glad none of you understood that reference.
No, we did.
Everyone who has a job gets 5 gold, including Alina.
Yeah. Wait, Denver, you understand that reference?
It
What?
doesn't matter. You get 5 gold. Just take it.
Wait, hold on. Do I get 5 gold from the
No, but you
last?
quit. It doesn't matter. You
You
quit your
quit.
job.
No, I
You
mean
only
like
do no
from
severance pay.
Exactly.
when the game started, how
The
many
game-
days had passed?
It would have been I would have had it was the day before the test. For the record, I always plan to
Oh,
have
okay,
you
so
reset
it was.
it. You chose to prematurely quit your job.
No, I'm not worried about that. I was just wondering if if we
You
got
did not-
money
you
at the
did- I-
beginning.
no, you did
Oh.
not. I planned it because this was a deciding factor about whether or not you kept your jobs. I was going to wait to have you guys get paid until after the test.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
So the rest of you get paid 5 gold each.
And you know what? She's not even stressing.
You weren't gonna get that money anyway, so.
That's correct, because you prematurely quit. Even if you passed, you wouldn't have gotten paid right now.
Yes, which is fine.
Would it be though?
I guess so.
She's okay.
What do you have against money?
It's not that she didn't quit because of the money, you duck.
She didn't want to work with Greta anymore because of her Greta's dealings with Drasimir.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
A noble
the
house.
test is over. Most of you passed. A couple of you aced it. Go you!
Fuck yeah.
And now it actually would be a prime opportunity if Goswin to hit you all up for money.
Yeah.
Does Goswin take this opportunity?
Hey guys, can I borrow some money from you guys?
How much?
Hold on. What? Aren't you from a noble family?
They can't get it to me in time before I lose the opportunity to get that item I was talking about. I only need 45 gold more. I'll pay you back.
Referring to your earlier insight roll, Sai. This sounds fishy and seems to be vaguely linked to the whole. There's more to it than just being broke right now.
Is there something you're not telling us? Are you in trouble with the law? Perhaps the mafia or drugs even?
No. I have to do some other stuff, but nothing too bad.
Well, I suppose you said you need 45.
Yes, and I will pay you back if you want.
I suppose if we each gave you 15, perhaps you could, if your family is giving you money, you could return maybe 17.
Okay. I can do that.
Wait, hold on. When are your parents giving you money?
Thursday.
Well, if it's Thursday, then the interest rate shouldn't be that high, Alina. Are you trying to gyp this man of his money?
I can understand why she would.
He ate my dreams. I don't even have dreams.
You don't dream to be a beautiful painter?
I don't dream in a trance. Elves don't dream when they, quote unquote, sleep.
Then you need to learn how to at least fake it, because dreams are essential to the well-being of the human psyche. Okay.
She's saying this to an elf.
I'm not a human.
A human preaching to an elf, yeah.
And Coretta, I'm not a human. I guarantee I am much, much older than you. My psyche is fine. We have dreams in the sense of aspirations, goals, things like that. We don't see images in our head when we enter a trance.
Would you like me to show you how?
No, that's not how it works. We don't dream when we rest.
Well, fine. She's about to go out on a whole lecture on you. But anyways, she'll give 15, but she doesn't expect 17 yet.
Well then, in that case, I'll take 19. I'll take her too. So that drops me down to 24.
Is Microsoft oh my god. Is Voss muted?
Is Microsoft mute? Why did you call him Microsoft?
I was looking at Microsoft Edge when I was saying Voss's name.
I see. Is that what it was? Okay.
With the fucking way people talk on the internet now, that name is very unfortunate.
Yep. No, I am not muted.
He's just quiet.
Okay.
I expect a return.
And
This
you?
drops me to 1 gold.
Oh, damn, you broke.
I broke him.
That's because I bought the ingredients required for us to pass the last test.
Oh, yeah, that's. I forgot about that.
And I still failed.
For the record, as a player, in retrospect, I want you to realize that you were getting overcharged, but you didn't make enough of a check to realize it.
I don't think it particularly matters.
Like, fuck it. I mean, they got to make a living, and I need to pass this test, so.
Besides, I think I still have a few more doses of it. Because it
Alright.
had 10, we used 5, 6.
You donated to have someone else get help too, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Alright, so when you get your money, Ankaretta gets 15 back. Hendrix gets 17 back. Alina gets 19 back.
All right.
That is crazy, my guy.
What?
The interest rate that you're putting on this man.
He's good for it.
I'm good for it.
Yeah, he's from a fucking rich, noble family. I'm sure if he wanted.
For the record, I want you to realize all of you are taking Goswin's word taking him at his word that you'll get paid back. None of you have actually. Only maybe one or two of you have even vaguely heard of his family in the first place. Maybe.
I feel like Alina would be old enough to know about them because she's like, I'm pretty sure I imagined her to be around like 150 years old.
Have you actually told people your last name, Goswin?
I have not.
There you go. So you're taking this one elf Dampier at his word, saying, "No, guys, really, I need just money. I got you back, really, with interest. Really, I just need the money right now, soon." That doesn't sound like a drug addict at all, guys. Do you? No.
That's a very good point you're making. So in response, you know what Ankara is gonna do? She's gonna do that little sexy thing. She's gonna pull her sword out and like point it at Goslin.
How is that sexy?
And she's going to tell him, "Don't forget to pay us back."
Don't worry, I won't.
Good.
And then he said bye Monday, so I could technically go there now.
You can do it right now if you wanted to.
Might as well.
Should we follow him? Wait, can we follow him?
I mean, I'm sure we could if we wanted. But...
Would Ankaretta be of the mind to? If you're trusting him that your sword tactic worked, would Ankaretta still trust him little enough to want to follow him then afterward?
No. I mean, not because of the non-trusting, but like to learn more about this suspiciousness that's happening between the book and that guy.
If Ankaretta feels suspicious, she can follow him. Are you trying to do it stealthily? Or is anyone else trying to follow Goswin?
Okay, look, I'm not trying to have double fucking disadvantage, so she's gonna get naked and put like a dress on or something.
Is it really getting naked if you put a dress on?
She's gonna
you wear clothing under the armor all the time anyway.
Oh, right, that's right. She's gonna doff her armor. Oh, damn, that's gonna take 15 minutes. Okay, never mind.
You're wearing your armor for an academic test?
Yeah.
Yes!
She said she does
Bruh. Why
I'm
would
just
she
trying
not?
to confirm information. Anyway,
She has her shield on her and everything. She's not going to go into a classroom with 16 AC.
what you're saying is you're not going to doff your armor, correct? Because it would take 15 minutes and you would lose them by then.
Yeah, but
so you're gonna have double disadvantage on a stealth check if you try being stealthy about it.
She's gonna have disadvantage no matter what she does, so she's not gonna do it. She's gonna realize like she'll take like one strap off and be like, oh fuck, this is gonna take a while.
Does that mean she wants to give up following entirely, or just not do it stealthily?
Nah, she's just not gonna do it. It's not worth it.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna can I say like before he leaves, when Ankaretta was like saying make sure to pay us back, Alina would throw in a yes, if you don't, I will find somebody to defenestrate you.
Oh, look at you using big words.
All right.
Does Goswin take that threat lightly?
No. She can definitely find somebody who will do that.
I mean, there's somebody standing right next to her who'll do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but he would expect it if it was Ankaretta.
Well, you did say you'd find somebody.
Yeah.
They're right
somebody
there.
you don't. Somebody you don't know.
Which heavily implies that it's not one of the people in your immediate vicinity right now.
Mm-hmm.
Would Kendricks care about following him, or be like, well, I'll care when I don't get my money back, kind of deal?
What?
Would Kendricks care about following Goswin to find out any details of what him trying to he's going to spend your money right now? Do you care? Would Kendricks care enough to follow him to make sure of it, or would it be one of those not caring enough until you're not paid back your money kind of thing?
No, if he doesn't pay me back, I will be extracting payment in another way. But if he says he needs the money, as of yet, I haven't had a reason to distrust him. He hasn't done anything to me.
Except withheld information.
He hasn't done anything to you that you know.
But I don't know that. Like I said, he hasn't done anything to me, so... Alright, he needs money. My other two friends are being a little suspicious about it, but, it's okay, whatever. I guess they're just being paranoid. They're penny pinchers.
It's drugs.
It's fine. Don't spend it all in one place, or on the drugs.
No, it will be all in one place.
He's still in his. He went back to it because Grayson only passed the test and he aimed to ace it, so he disappointed himself. So he went to study some more. So you find him in his room again, and it's a quick exchange before you're back in there. I'm guessing you present the money.
Yep.
Minus it now from your character sheet. Now. This is a not quite normal book, even from when you eyed it, because he didn't let you see it before now.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an Arcana check without touching it. This is before you even touch it.
Just to look at it.
It's hard to make a full answer about this because normally when a grimoire like this, you need to be attuned to know everything about it. But you can already tell that, without an insight check at all, that there's something magically different about this than other grimoires. But you can't tell what.
Okay.
Do you still want it?
I mean, I paid him and I already have the Gias cast on me, so I will.
What the hell was that noise?
Was it for me?
Okay. Add the item to your item list, and I'll tell you what's different about it. You're not gonna like it.
I figured.
Yeah, keep in mind this is an alternate version of the normal arcane grimoire, which is basically like how Jess, you had Ra the Pad Keeper.
Yes.
Yeah, for Unken. Yeah, this is basically like
Mhm.
that for a wizard. But and to confirm, you would spend the time getting attuned to this immediately, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you might have to put this as like a feature thing for all the details to go into.
Oh, okay.
Or in the bio item thing list area for treasures or some shit like that. This has four main effects that make it bad. One, you do not gain access to the secondary part of it, where it's like you get one more spell slot level when you do the arcane restoration kind of thing.
Okay.
Two, you lose 10 movement speed.
Oh.
Jeez.
Three, you cannot voluntarily unattune to this item.
Okay.
Four, at the very beginning, right when you get out of your trance, since you're like a high elf still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or would you consider you sleep because you're damn pure officially kind of thing?
Well, base is the
Okay, so you right when you come out of your trance, at the very beginning at the very end of every long rest, and you're waking up for the day, you lose one spell slot of every level.
for that day.
After every long rest, yes.
But it comes back basically.
No.
So I would have.
It will be minus one spell slot for every single spell slot level.
And that
Right.
stacks.
I think he means does it stack? Yeah.
It doesn't stack.
Okay.
It's just perpetual though. So it's like after you click the long rest button, you might as well go to your spells and say you use up one slot for every level.
Oof.
He's a level 2 character that's getting +3 to his spell attack rolls and spell save DC.
Yeah, but like that's. Ugh.
Do you realize how much 3 matters at this fucking level for what you're going against?
What was this?
I'm aware. You realize he also gets a powerful ability that his class shouldn't normally have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's paying for it in different ways. Don't worry. It's a huge seesaw of good and bad for his character.
Mm-hmm.
But he said yes to acquiesce, and he kept on saying yes to all these conditions. So I mean,
It's your fault.
What was the second thing again?
so no recovery thing for the arcane recovery. You don't get the extra part for the arcane grimoire aspect. You can't voluntarily unattune to it. You lose 10 feet movement speed.
Okay, that's what it was. The can't willingly unattune.
Yeah. And after you're fully attuned, give me one more Arcana check.
One more Arcana. It zapped all that.
This is some really weird shit, and you're gonna have to get used to this item before you know more about it, or how to remove the negative aspects of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously that'd be one of the key things that's like, oh shit, it came out with like a billion downsides. How do I remove all of these downsides?
Mm-hmm.
I want the good stuff. And to figure that out, it's not gonna be today.
We'll figure it out. We go to a magic school. There'll be a way.
Yeah, that is your new magic item that you paid for in different ways.
Hmm.
I told you it wasn't all going to be gold.
Well, yeah.
Because no one gets a +3 item at level 2 so easily, okay?
I was half expecting you to say, you can get the base one, but...
Oh, it's like, oh, you want it. Let's monkey paw this shit, okay? You'll get what you want, but... Would you be around any of the other party members while you were attuning, or return to them after you attuned?
After, yes.
Okay. Would you share any of the information of your new good pros or cons?
No.
Will we be able to visibly see the fact that he can't move as well?
I was thinking that myself.
Give me a perception check.
He's walking like house.
Remember, Sai, this is a disadvantage because you
Yes, I know. I know. Let me just keep that shit on perpetually. 10! Oh. Sorry, I scared myself.
What?
Nothing.
I got a 14.
If Kendricks was around them, would you care enough to try to notice such things?
Sure. Wait, is this taking place if they followed him, right?
No, he returned to where you guys were if you were hanging out or chilling or whatever after the test kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he returned to you guys. Yeah. It wasn't the most notable things that only Kendricks notices. Because of course only he notices. Fuck. The guy who doesn't care. Yeah.
Look, bro, I'm built for this shit.
Kendricks notices that you're not moving as well. It's one of those things that you're not trying to make obvious, but Kendricks realizes that's the deal. You're not really sure why necessarily at this very moment, but you realize that it is a thing. He went to go get a magic item. He seemed to be successful this time, or was he? Because he just came back and now he's looking a little off. And he didn't tell you about this magic item whatsoever.
I'll probably ask him about it later.
Yeah, because it's like, I'm going to go get this magic item. I need gold, guys. He's like, okay, you better pay us back. Okay, really? He goes away, comes back about a couple hours later. He's like, oh, he's not looking too good. Guys, But only Kendricks notices the difference.
It does help
Welcome
that I don't even
back.
have to actually transfer spells over. I can just do that instantly.
Oh, yeah, the Game War shit? Yeah.
Well, because of the Wizardly Quill.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hey, I can just do that in like a matter of time.
Yeah, you're such an awesome scribe. Yeah. Because that's what you literally specialized in. You each get visited by someone you know, because they all aced the test, but they wanted to come visit you after you had already taken your test. Lorene visits Alina and is hope you aced it like she did, and is ecstatic when she realizes you did.
I did much better this time, obviously, but I'm so happy.
If you were all in a group, you wouldn't even need to check for this. If Kendricks was around, Lorene would just keep on like spying, like to look in his direction very frequently. Never saying why, but she was just like not like she's like suspicious of Kendricks or anything, but it's very noticeable that she's doing it.
But I would also add, like, I would also be like, oh man, I'm trying to debate whether Alina would be this vindictive, and you know what? I am. So when she says like, "Oh yes, I did much better this time," she would like turn her head towards Goswin and just say out loud, "Probably because I didn't have a Dhampir eating my dreams this time."
You see all the color from Lorene's face is completely drained away, and look at Goswin in like utter horror.
Jesus.
Because you realize that Lorene is in Quandrix. She is a studied person, and without really saying anything further, you realize she knows exactly what you mean, and what that could mean to someone who has their dreams eaten.
I actually kind of, as a player, I do kind of feel bad now.
I mean, she was also afflicted by it, so I don't know if that was because of that.
Oh.
If she remembered, like, oh, hey, that's probably why.
Did this happen on one of the?
Lorraine was afflicted by it before. That's one of his other victims.
Yeah. Did this happen when I was on one of the sessions I sat out?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't know.
And when they went to one of the times they went to the Bows End Tavern, it was Lorraine taken and being half hostage, half knocked out in one of the back areas where you had to fight something, and your character had currently the only connection to her, and so it was like, oh, some rando got knocked out. What a shame.
I was about to say, isn't this the one we saved?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It is. It's the one that you don't. Kendrick doesn't realize it necessarily yet because he had a really shitty perception check at the time. Um, but because of your passive perception, if you're around when this happens, then you will notice Lorraine looking your direction. But Goswin was near you, so you can't be completely sure about why she was looking your direction at this point in time. But she was stealing glances at you, or seemingly at you in your direction, a lot when she was talking to Alina. But then she immediately
with
protectively
my passive perception, I probably noticed that.
She protective arms around Alina, even though you're taller than she is. It's like around your waist, as protectively as someone would put an arm around someone's shoulders. She tries okay, we're going this way now, without actually saying that.
I'm sure I would.
Goswin.
I'm sure I would. Would I be able to tell that her reaction is because she was fed on as well?
Insight.
Please work. Please work. I think so.
You pulled it on Niter, remember? So you had disadvantage.
Ah.
Still might be good enough. You don't know.
You want the funny news now or later?
Funny news?
I think it's funny.
Sure, I'll take the funny news.
Pulling it on Niter didn't actually necessarily help you. You didn't need the advantage to pass the test. You with your +2 you already had from the 11, you would have passed.
Well, I make sure.
Yeah. With 12, it's not enough to notice. You might think it's something there, but either she knows a lot about the subject, or she knows much more than she's currently talking about. But that's the situation a lot of the time anyway with Quandrix people.
Okay, well, so I wouldn't be able to tell she was fed on, but it's very clear that she scared him, and I would just be like, "Don't worry, he doesn't usually. It's not something he does on purpose. He never does it. From what I understand, he doesn't do it with any
malicious intent.
No malicious intent, no animosity, nothing like that. Just something he can't control. It's not his choice. The only reason I'm so upset is it would have been nice to know, and we could have helped our friend. But he chose to keep it from us and cause problems for the entire group."
She retracts her arm and does the whole peace sign with her fingers, but does the whole "my eyes, your eyes" thing, saying she's gonna be watching Goswin, and then just leaves wordlessly.
So was I enough in earshot to hear all of that, or should I roll?
Perception.
Please fail. Like I said, as a player,
you heard all of it.
Oof. The drama.
And you definitely saw the whole "I'm watching you" kind of look from Lorraine. And now you officially know someone outside of your close group knows about you being a Dampier, and you can't trust them not to keep it a secret.
All right, we gotta kill her.
Okay.
To be fair,
I mean, it's.
To be fair, my parents don't even know.
I need an intelligence check from the three of you, non-Goswin people.
I was about to say the three of who? You said intelligence? Oh no.
I don't know whether I want to take the 15 or the 15.
And I see 3 15s there. I wonder if
why are y'all rolling with advantage?
We're not.
Exhaustion. I just
Oh,
haven't-
right. Y'all are still exhausted.
It's still the day
I
of,
forgot
and
about
so
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I want to make that level of exhaustion matter, okay? Instead of just being the test, and then the next day, no, fuck that, make it matter.
I should probably actually toggle it on because it's going to be everything. Like, it's
Yep.
not something where it's like I'll have to remember to.
For the rest of the day until your next long rest, because the long rest takes away one level of it.
Yeah. So, but still, I don't know whether I want to take the 15 or the 15.
I go. With
I think you should take the 15.
Oh, I thought the 15.
Man, if only Ancoretta could take the 15.
Right? So Alina realizes, based on your raw intelligence, you're able to deduce that what he's saying means that he was not born a Dampier. He was made one in some other unnatural way.
Which adds like that takes even like a little bit more of the like anger away, because it's like that adds to the layer of like he's not doing it on purpose, but it still would have been nice to know.
Even less of a choice.
Yes.
Well, I would say you still have high enough to know it's actually possible that it was his choice. To be, because you are capable of. It's one way that people can become a Dampier is to make a pact with a greater power. But part of that power they give you might come with the strings of being in touch with their endless hunger in some way. And so it's possible that he made a fucked up deal with something or someone, but he had to voluntarily go through that himself. That is one way to become a Dampier, and you realize that with your intelligence roll.
Okay, so it's the situation.
Potentially, it was potentially by his own hand that he became a Dampier.
Yeah. It could be that
further you don't know.
Yeah, it could be that he knew what he was getting into, or he didn't know what he was getting into.
Correct. You don't have any further information at this point in time. That's what you know from him saying he wasn't born a Dampier. You two are like, wasn't born. Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't born. He's a test tube baby.
Would Alina share her insights or no?
Yeah, I think so. It'd be like, He should be like, so you mean you weren't born a Dampier? You were made at some point.
Yeah, yes. Well, the first part is literally what he said.
Well, he said his parents don't know, so it's like
he would just say yes, unless you ask further. He wouldn't clarify like exactly how.
She would probably like leave it for now, and then actually like at some she does make a mental note to like at some point sit down and like discuss it, but her main priority now is like she does feel a little bit bad, so she's gonna track Lorraine down again and just be like, hey, keep it under wraps.
Before you get a hold of Lorraine, I need an insight check with advantage from Kendrix.
Oh, lordy. Wait, insight with advantage?
Correct. Based on the context. I'll explain after.
Okay. Watch, I'm gonna do awful on both. Never mind.
You rolled backwards on the other one.
I'm gonna do okay. I did awesome.
Yo, rush.
Okay, so because Kendrix was in back, and you have seen the kind of power that he has as a wizard, at his current power level, there is no way he should be doing some kind of the damage he does with lightning and thunder spells that he currently would do naturally as a wizard. He has some kind of unnatural help, and it might have something to do with that huge fucking lightning mark on his back.
Well, he didn't see that. He saw my back glowed.
It was glowing in the shape of it. And he was the only one who saw it.
Because I see everything.
That's what you specialize in, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did like that is tied for my highest stat, with perception and survival.
Hey, it's coming in handy this session, okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's what I built my character to do, so here we are.
I have to keep double checking, make sure I'm putting these gifts in the general chat.
I mean, you could put it in your session chatter.
If it's happening during the session, I don't mind. That's kind of what the point is, yeah.
Oh, 5 off. Oh, hi.
Oh god damn it.
Microsoft is back.
Yep.
So
Y'all
yeah, that's
noticed
why,
that, right?
that's you saw his back before, and that's why you had advantage. And you, with that insight roll, you were able to put 2 and 2 together. That if you realize Dampiers are sometimes tapped into otherworldly things, and what Alina mentioned before she bolted. Um, and you were able to put 2 and 2 together for like unnatural powers, and he's unnaturally strong in those types, and his backload weird lightning shape. Huh. Weird.
He's fallen to the dark side. He's
Well,
a Sith.
he might be able to redeem himself. Speaking of which, I got offered a deal on Amazon for the 3 Thrawn books for like half price.
And I need a persuasion check with disadvantage from Alina.
I mean, he already had
Oh.
disadvantage.
Lorraine is not in the mind to let it go.
Damn.
Just hope you get any
Apparently,
calls in the near future.
What the fuck?
Lorraine is one of those things where she inhales slowly and then exhales very slowly, and she puts her hand on your hip because she's pretty short. Not in a sexual way, but like if someone's at the same height as you, it'd be on your shoulder kind of thing.
Wait,
just to make sure you get your focus.
Wait, how tall is she?
How tall are you?
Because I'm pretty sure I imagined Alina around like only like 5'3", 5'4".
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, never mind.
Shorty.
5'9". 5'9".
Oh.
You're 5'9"?
Yeah.
One sec, I'll check, but she is not that tall.
Okay. I legitimately forgot I made Alina that tall. I was like, it's too late. I feel like it's too late now to retcon it. Because like, I was literally imagining her being like a bit more petite.
It would be on your arm. She's like a flat 5 foot.
Okay. Damn, just like my ex.
She, as I said, inhaled, exhaled, and she was like, "For the sake of our friendship, I will keep this secret for now, but get a
Yeah.
handle on him."
Yeah, she will say like Anchoretta has volunteered to be his food source, so he is now feeding on a willing participant. He has apologized, but we will still keep our eyes on him to make sure.
She heads off with a few final words for you because she does not seem to be in a good mood right now. To be like going to socialize with her would not be a good idea right now because she needs to like some alone time to deal with the fact that you're okay with all this. But she basically tells you that if anyone dies, she will spill the beans.
That's fine, because honestly, Alina's not completely okay with it. It's like it's gonna take some time for her to see like, okay, yeah, he's like I can fully trust him. Like he's not trying to pull the wool over my eyes.
Yeah, but Alina's more upset at the fact that he hid it from you than the fact that he fed. Whereas she was involuntarily feasted upon.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like you were as well, but you know his circumstances. She didn't really know his circumstances.
Nope.
So to her, this is some stranger that ate her, not in the fun way.
And you only passed mainly because you got the double crit, dude. I swear to you that it would have gone much differently.
Yeah, I don't. That is
you saved Matt a lot of trouble. I want you to realize that.
Yeah, well, because I felt really bad as a player, and I was like, I feel like some of that bad feeling would go to Alina. Like, she's generally a very upbeat, very nice, very like friendly person, but she has like very low tolerance when it comes to things like that. Like, basically, what could be considered a type of betrayal.
Okay. So is there any other drama happening around Goswin? Oh yeah, sorry. My apologies. Your more friends come to congratulate you. Voss actually has both Rosie and Shuvadri come to see you. Rosie asks if you're okay after the whole spectator debacle. She felt really responsible
Hold on.
if you got hurt.
Double checking. Hold on.
Rosie's the one who was gonna make clothing for
trying
the
to.
frogs.
Oh yeah, that one. I'm fine. Unfortunately, I appear to have misplaced my companions.
She looks genuinely crestfallen and sad for you, like someone who gives a shit really would.
Mm-hmm.
And like
I do plan on going back to find them, by the way.
She says when you are, hit her up and she'll help you look.
Wonderful. I look forward to that. Thank you. Oof.
Shuvadri is more. It's kind of like a friend you're not really close to, but it's like, hey, good buddy, you doing well? I hope you're doing well. You are? That's great. I'll see you later. It's on the level of that closeness with Shuvadri, but you don't even need to check to realize she doesn't exactly do this for a lot of people. Like she'll talk to people, sure, but she won't go out of her way to like she helps community, but going out for this exact reasoning for you as a specific individual, you realize it's because she does view you as a genuine friend.
Fair enough. Good to see you.
And she wanted to thank you again for your help against the cockatrice.
Of course. I hope your exam went as well as mine did.
She said she was gifted something by someone, but she doesn't know anyone who could use it, so she wants to give it to you in case you did know someone. She gives you a seemingly mundane brown pouch with something round inside, and then she gives you like a polite nod and goes on her way.
It's a bag of coins.
See you at work.
She stops for a quick second and waves and goes again.
Mundane brown.
Unless you want to open it right now to find out what it is.
I will do so shortly-ish.
Okay.
There's no there. It's just getting all the encounters out of the way, you know.
That's fine. The person who comes to see Incoretta is Drazimir.
Ah.
Oh, your boyfriend came to see you.
He shares the news that he aced the test, and he hopes that you did too, just like the last one.
She'll just say that she honestly, she doesn't know what to say.
Because he has it's like even for a Minotaur, you can tell that it's a really big, happy grin, and that he's like he genuinely expects to be happy for you, that you to share just as equally good news as him, kind of thing. It's like, I ace, isn't that great? You probably ace too, isn't that great too? And it's like he's like looking at you expectantly.
You know, sometimes you have to go through hard times to reach the finish line.
His smile wanes, and he looks at you confused.
In other words, I failed completely. But fear not, I will continue to learn from my mistakes and stray away from owlbears.
His brow furrows a little bit around the sides to show that he's like concerned, and he like takes your hand in his big beefy Minotaur hands, and you don't even need an insight check for this. You can really tell he's giving off a huge vibe of support, but still really powerful pity.
I appreciate the gesture.
He looks around, and you get the distinct impression that he'd be a little more talkative if it wasn't so many people around here.
Makes sense.
He nods.
Talkative for him is relative, though.
Yeah.
Like, whisperative.
Would you like to go to my dorm?
Bow, bow, wow.
Oh my god.
Bow chicka bow wow.
For a place
Just
we
that
could...
wasn't a no.
She. Oh my god. For a place for us to study together.
Oh, you gotta study
my.
anatomy?
Oh my god.
That's what she was supposed to do. She failed, remember?
Oh no.
She's gonna study. Oh, she's like, can you help me study some Minotaur anatomy?
No, we're gonna be studying owlbear anatomy. And then maybe when we're done, maybe.
He like really quietly. Give me a perception check.
At disadvantage.
And 11 is not quite high enough to understand what he said. Because he's really fucking soft spoken.
What about me? Did I hear it?
Is Kendrick's caring enough to want to know what he's saying?
I mean, to be fair, I'm there.
You're like, yeah, but you're like, you got this orb.
And also,
go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, also, I like this guy, and I know that these two are friends.
Correct.
So I'm at least invested insofar as it is two friends speaking to each other.
Fair enough. Kendricks does hear, even though Incaretta doesn't. He was saying something along the lines of, I would really like to. Nothing would make me happier, but I wanted to come by real quick before I had to go run some errands for the day. But and so he lets go of your hands, Incaretta, and you're not really sure why. He gives you like it seems weird for a minotaur of all creatures to do this because he seems always hunched over, but he looks around and nervously gives you like an unceremoniously overly formal bow before leaving.
Oh, okay.
He's not fully up on social trends, just so you know.
Incaretta's got a boyfriend.
He's the least socially awkward person. But yeah, Kendrick's actually at least heard all of what he said, or the gist of it, to be able to understand. But you just heard him basically mumble, 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 and then he left.
And bowed. Don't forget the bow.
Correct. He was like, and bow. Like, wait, what the fuck?
I'm sure he'll like to hang out when he's done with his errands.
Okay.
He bows and accidentally gores you with his horns.
He would back up before then. His horns aren't that protruding outward, like straight kind of thing. Yeah. But right now is a lull where everyone's friends have left them, and the congratulations are currently concluded. If you wanted to say all the encounters are over for the time being.
Oh man, I don't have any friends.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's almost like you eat people. Streams.
You get a quick message from Rampart, presuming you did well, and not even, but for whatever reason, you can already tell. You don't need an Arcana check, don't worry. To tell this was a strange altered version of the message cantrip, to where it literally is only a one-way message.
I was about to say it's probably one way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a one-way thing from Rampart, acting like you aced and just assuming that you aced, and it's and basically and just like, oh hey, you aced it, right? Of course you did. You're like you remember the club. I remember the club. We're all awesome. He does that. That's the gist of it. Yeah. And it's just presumed that you aced, even whether you did or not. As far as everyone's current location, Alina is a little bit away from the other three of you because she went after Lorene. But currently, everyone else went away, and right now you're left in like a common room of the dorms, and it's just the three of you. And Kendricks has a new pouch.
Mm-hmm.
Papa's got a brand new bag.
Yes. Does anybody else want to partake of the contents of my sack?
What's in the sack?
I was
I'm
gonna
going
say,
to
I
ask.
haven't opened it.
That's a
Oh.
fantastic question. I
I'm going to
open the
I'm going to ask you to
quote-unquote
never say that to me
mundane
again.
brown pouch.
I was gonna say if everyone else had left, Goswin would try to see if he remembered when the next thing for Aurora was to see when I could go see another one of her shows.
Do you have the message cantrip as a wizard? Do you currently
I
have
currently do not.
it? Okay. You do not currently. Oh. Okay. Well, there's one sec. Wow. One sec. Sorry, I had to find the correct image. This is what you pull out of the bag, and that's the only thing in there.
It's a sphere.
I like it.
It does one thing, and give me an Arcana check to see if you know what it is.
Can I
Oh, no.
do one as well?
You're not currently holding it.
Ah, dang.
And I'm not fantastic at Arcana, so I hope this goes well. Well, it looks nifty, but I don't know if I'd be able to do anything.
It's magical, and you at least know that it does not require attunement to use it.
Would you like me to take a look?
If you don't mind, I'm currently stumped.
All right, let me try. I do have a disadvantage. Here come the two nat 20s. No.
Not quite.
You know even less than Kendrick does. Like, I want to help, but I can't.
Here,
I think I'm still a bit tired from that all-nighter.
this is what you know about it.
You really should nap.
A sphere.
You know what? Facts.
Yeah, when Alina comes back in, she just sees the orb, and that's when you pull it out, kind of thing. That's for her timing. Would Incoretta or Goswin want to try looking at it themselves or checking it out?
Nah.
So wait, does it seem magical?
You don't know, you're not touching it, but it looks pretty cool. So it has to be, right?
Well, it looks magical.
From Kendrick's roll, he can confirm there is a magical property to it, and it doesn't require attunement.
As a wizard, I have a ritual spell that I can cast not as a ritual. Can I cast Identify
Neat.
on it?
Yes, you can. It is a dream orb. An elf that holds this can dream during their trance.
Oh, wow.
Man, if only I knew an elf that did trances and stuff. If only.
Because Shuvadri knew you, and you're not an elf. She's not an elf. Her other closest friend is a dryad, and so none of you qualify for it.
I was about to say, Shuvadri's got a friend, but that's a tree. So we've got a bird, a cat, and a tree.
For the record,
none of these are elves.
Yeah, another person you saw her with was at the was a human, but definitely not an elf. They left last time you saw them with a dryad friend. They were with a human as well, but the human left really soon. When you saw her at the cafe, but
what romance?
Not an elf. And that's what you find out, Goswin. You find out it is a dream orb.
Well, I have no use for it. So,
mechanically
Alina.
speaking, if it's within 5 feet of you when you go into your trance, you dream. And if you're an elf. No offense, but that kind of kills your whole, I don't dream.
I was about to say, Incoretta is not going to say anything about this.
Depends on whether you share the information, Goswin.
I would.
You figure it out, but do you share it?
I would share.
Oh.
Because you're saying, we got to teach you how to dream. Here you go. Have a magic item.
Would he actually hand it over to Alina?
I'm keeping the pouch, but you can have the orb.
Oh yeah, it is like legitimately high quality leather. It's not going to tear easy or wear tear kind of thing easily. It's not like magically imbued or anything, but it's just high quality.
But yes, I will in fact give Alina the Dream Orb.
And,
Which, by the way,
yeah.
the Dream Orb in this and the Dream Orb in Magic are completely fucking different.
For the record, Alina, you don't need obviously it doesn't need attunement, and it looks pretty as fuck.
Ooh, how big is it?
About as big as your head.
So too big to just like make into a pen.
Definitely.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I just need as I said, if it's within 5 feet of you when you start your trance, you're able to dream.
So would Incaretta say anything about that?
Oh, she left her room. I heard her.
Okay,
She
lovely.
not mute to make us
Right?
realize
No
that.
indication.
Yeah. She shouted, "I'm sorry."
Hey, cookie dough, I'm sorry.
She wanted a cookie.
I thought I was
I
gonna
wish
be
I
quick,
could be cookie dough.
but the cat was bothering me. I thought I was gonna be quick. Anyways, and Greta wouldn't say anything. Like she wouldn't try to stir up trouble.
Well, you were saying, hey, we got to teach you how to dream. Now she can.
Well, I mean the orb will teach her.
Exactly. You wouldn't say like, see, I told you we'd teach you.
I think she would just probably just gesture towards it while looking
eh?
intensely.
I mean, my point still stands from before. We don't dream naturally. This doesn't change what I said.
Actually, give me an Arcana check, Lena. This time you can do it a straight roll.
Yeah,
He's
normal.
giving you advantage. So, base roll.
That's enough to know that this is an this is a strange magic that obviously it lets you something you're not normally doing as a race, and it is a surreal magic that comes from the Feywild.
That makes
Ooh.
sense.
Mechanically speaking, it is an item from the Feywild magical trinket table.
Nice.
I know, but it's like one of the only maybe like out of 100 items, there's like a dozen tops that actually do anything vaguely even remotely useful, and this is one of them.
I wonder what I'll dream about.
I was just about to say something that would have not been good. You'll dream about not having your dreams eaten. Woohoo! That was not.
Well, when I said I wonder what I'll dream about, that was me as a player saying that, not Alina as a character.
Let's fast forward a little bit because this module has to fast forward a lot in the first place because you only have actually 3 tests or some shit for the whole first year of school, and you just ended the second one. Yeah.
Does that mean we level?
No.
Oh man.
I told you the sequence. You would get
know.
your test, you would get your whole classwork and then extracurricular, and then you do the adventure thing. If you all want to just say, I forego all the expansive shit and I just want to hurry up and get to the adventure thing, you can technically. And it would just be a quick add 5 gold thing to everyone with jobs.
You can't be doing that.
It's what you guys. It's optionally what you are able to say and do if you wanted to. It'd be like going turn by turn by turn, and he's like, okay, I'm good. I just want to do a quick thing. We can just get to the next if you want to. Because if you finish the next adventure thing is what you have to complete in order to level. And I just feel bad for having you guys not even level 3 yet. It's been so long.
Well, I don't want to skip the extracurricular stuff because
you can do it.
Yeah, plus I don't know. I've probably already missed my chance with Lorene, but fuck it. We'll try anyway.
So when anything comes up, it's not going to be until another weekday, and so you didn't have to feed Thursday or Friday or Saturday, luckily enough. But on Sunday night, someone gets hungry.
Oh, so you're
And
saying
I'm gonna need a straight D20 roll from you, Matt.
So you're saying that I got paid, so I can pay them back?
No.
Since you said Thursday.
Thursday is what the test before the day was. You didn't need to eat before the test. Friday night, the day of the test, you didn't need to eat. The day after the test, Saturday, you didn't need to eat. Sunday, you do.
Oh, you're saying that way. Okay.
Yes.
You said just.
You're not going a whole entire week without feeding. No, I'm sorry, it's not happening that way.
Yummy.
So just a straight D20, you're saying,
straight
right?
D20.
6.
This is going to be another one of those times where you're not going to make the most best decisions in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So it's getting late at night, and you thought you would have had it handled by today, and you would have been like, I could have done it last night, gotten, quote unquote, restart the timer. I couldn't find a good opportunity to do this. Shit, Nancy. And then it just keeps on getting later and later when you thought you would have had a handle on this. And it's one of those, that's a problem for future me all the time. You're like, shit, fuck you, pass me, damn it. And so now I'm going to have you roll another D20, and you better hope it's a 20, or you may not like the consequences. Go ahead.
Say, wouldn't I just go to Inkreda if I'm starting to feel it?
You rolled low enough where you don't have the wherewithal to make it to her on time.
Oh, okay.
You rolled a fucking 6, dude.
Yeah.
Damn.
You find the nearest dorm you can get to, assuming it's in Coretta. There's a figure in the dark in a bed nearby the wall, but it's too dark to make out anything else, like what's on the wall, kind of thing. Not because even in the hallway, it's pretty dim still.
I got dark vision.
Yes, you have dark. Yes, you have dark vision. I was gonna say that. Yes, you have dark vision, but in shades of gray, it's not that. It's not exactly the most decorated room in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You come into the room, and there is some stuff where it's like weightlifting, and then you see someone in the bed, and you're like, okay, thank God she's here. Okay, dreams.
Mm-hmm. Seems right, like the right person.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So, you feed. You are sated for another 3 full nights, and then you have to feed again by that point in time on the 4th night.
Mm-hmm.
The following morning comes, Monday night, and Coretta has no ill effects. He didn't feed on you, Coretta.
Oh. Damn.
Let me guess, it was that one person that's been nice to the Minotaur.
I thought it was amusing. It was like, oh, the perfect person to fucking mistake for her.
I mean, like,
he fed on Greta thinking it was you.
Mm-hmm.
Karma's a bitch.
They're like, oh my God, that's perfect. For the record, as I said, there's 18. What I was gonna have was literally whatever you rolled, the most recent D20 roll was who you were feeding on. And I no offense, but I find it really, really amusing because they go alphabetical. So if you rolled a 1, you would have fed off Aurora. Would have been perfect for not one of all things for your case. But yeah,
that's like so ironic.
There's only 18. So I was going to figure at 19, it would have been one of the parties and you would have had to roll a 1d3. And at 20, it was complete random that wouldn't have any repercussions.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you roll a 6, which was Greta. And so you fed on Greta. So she's going to suffer for a couple of days.
For a couple
Man,
of
if only
days.
Ancoretta was still able to take her clubs / job stuff and could interact with Greta.
To find out and relish in it.
Yep.
I think I know what her reaction would be if she knew what happened to her.
You find out really fucking quick that Ancoretta wasn't affected, or actually, give me an insight check, Matt.
Insight to see if I realize. Am I rolling?
At first, you think, "Oh my god, is she just that tough? Was she right? Was she like bluffing, and it's not really a bluff? Oh my god, is she a kick-ass badass?" Oh no, wait, no, it wasn't even like last time. Who did I feed on?
Dun, dun, dun,
That's
dun.
what you get out of that roll.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not allowed to make an intelligence roll to see if you have the memory of what happened because you were too starved to know what happened properly.
Now I'm debating.
So
You just know the vague feeling that you're confident that you got it right, but you don't know what went wrong.
would he be honest and be like, I don't think I fed on her. I think I accidentally fed on somebody else.
That's what I'm about to say. I was like, I'm debating whether I should just say, "Oh hey, you guys."
And I want you to realize it's
messed
not a huge conversation point. It's about the time where you're like going from one side of the college campus to the other, and you're like passing each other in a hallway. It's like that quick of a time frame right now.
Mm-hmm. So I guess when we all meet up again, I would mention something.
Okay, you would wait till you had more time to actually say anything?
Wait till we actually are together instead of like, "Oh hey,
And
I
passing?
just saw you." Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, you can go to different places in the biblioplex, but Kendrix would. I would even need to check. I don't know. I'm not asking for a check for this. Kendrix is just that good at perceiving things. The classrooms that had the mimic in it and the spectator in it are currently like quote unquote taped off, or like PUC people going in and out of there, but only ever faculty members, and they have concerned look on their faces.
Well, yeah.
And it's like as soon as they leave the room, it's immediately respelled with like a lock, with like an arcane lock spell kind of thing. Kendrix is the only one that notices that though. But you do have the wherewithal to realize that's where the spectator was and the mimic was. And give me an intelligence roll.
Oh boy, I am so good at this.
You're the smartest.
I believe in you, Harvey Dent.
Here we go.
You're the smartest.
You should
boy.
not have believed in Harvey Dent. I'm about to two-face this motherfucker.
So, yeah, it seems so weird. It almost seems like a coincidence that you were in both rooms, both had monsters of some kind, and it's like a word you're trying to say on the tip of your tongue, but you're having that little annoying itch, like what the fuck was the word? But you're like looking for a thought, try to plug it all together, but it just doesn't come to you.
I wonder if they found my frogs.
Could ask them.
Would you actually go up to one of the faculty members and try to ask one of them?
Yes.
You're not rebuffed or dismissed offhand or anything. They're not trying to like deflect your question or anything. They just like are genuinely confused, and they answer you with a very sincere like, I haven't seen any frogs.
I feel like you would have recognized them. One is wearing, let's see, I had the top hat and the cape. Is that right?
I think so. I think you had orange and blue, and I had red and purple.
No, he had orange.
No,
and
I
red.
had orange and red.
Yeah, Voss had orange and red, and you had blue and purple.
Oh.
So blue and purple wouldn't be lost, would they? Because
correct.
Okay.
Actually,
no, because you've been very much out of combat.
Yeah. Give me another animal handling check.
Oh, because I would have just like set up like
right now. Keep in mind, this right now is a straight roll because you had a good weekend to recover. Waking up on Monday morning, you're once again happy that your dreams weren't eaten, and it's like, I hope Anchorette is still doing okay. She has to do that time to time. I don't know how often that, because you never thought about how often he has to actually feed. It never fucking came up, by the way. He never told you how often he has to feed. But you just told, but maybe Anchorette is doing okay. And then you go check on your frogs, and they're gone too.
I will say, during Ballerine.
I did not eat your frogs.
What? What's that? What? That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Was the previous thing that was said.
Wait, hang on. I think Denver left her room.
Fucking cookie dough.
Denver, can you
So
put this in the fridge?
So I had, yeah, it was
You
red
had
cape, right?
yeah,
And
and the orange top hat.
yeah, okay, so I was right. Yeah, I don't know why I keep
Blue and
thinking
purple.
bow tie.
Yeah, no. Blue and purple were the bow tie and the suspenders.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I feel like you would recognize them. They were one's wearing a top hat and the other one's wearing a cape. If you didn't see it, that's fine. I'll just have to look somewhere else. Thank you anyway.
They nod at you, affirming, like, acknowledging in acknowledgement, and then go about their business because they seem to be like worried about something, but it's really obvious. It's a really obvious thing that it's like a faculty only need to know kind of concept.
Yeah.
Back.
You didn't say you had to BRB in the first place, so
Welcome
lovely.
back.
Yes.
So at this point
Moving
in
on.
time, yeah, what do you four want to do for your class portion?
What you mean?
What you want to do academically, then extracurricular wise, and then we go on to the next adventure. Also keeping in mind the next adventure is what you need to complete in order to become level 3.
Mm-hmm.
So starting with Alina, what do you want to do for academia?
Study.
Oh, you're like, I learned my lesson, fuckers. I'm gonna study some more.
Hit the
Not
book.
it, never again.
Hit them books.
Alina,
Not physically, though.
you need to step away from the books. They're getting to you. Malprecious.
Oh, but the extracurricular concept is skipped upon for Incorrect this time because you're cut off for studying.
Jesse, get your cut.
No.
What does Incorrect want to do for academia?
Study.
Okay, and then Goswin.
Wait, wait. She wants to study with Drasimir. Wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Suck, suck.
Do you go to search him out?
Yeah.
Do you just hope it's not a repeat of last time?
She knows him well enough by now.
Sorry to say this. It's just like I'm not trying to necessarily retcon it, but I forgot to mention this at the time. During the owlbear test, you would have all noticed, not just Kendricks, all would have easily passively noticed. It's like a passive perception of 10 kind of thing. Like, does everyone have at least have a passive perception of 10?
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Well, that is the base, and I believe
Goswin?
everyone does. Yes.
Okay. You all would have noticed there was a very distinct, like, pine flavor in the room. And it was meant as a scent aid to help you focus and concentrate and stuff.
Well, it didn't help.
Well, apparently you were too freaked out about the whole dream eating stuff. I don't know. Not everyone's like that, though. And you didn't know that it didn't help. As far as Incorrect's perspective, what really didn't help was that fucking exhaustion from dream eating. It took a bigger toll on her than she probably would have liked to admit. And from her perspective, considering it was possible that you felt really confident or confident enough about her answers at the time to where you didn't know it didn't help until after the fact as a player. And so it's like, she could have easily interpreted that as, no, the group study thing doesn't work. The dream eater thing, I gotta get through it somehow, but fuck, is it a pain. But you also don't know how often he needs to feed, and you don't know that he intended to feed on you last night, but didn't. Until Goswin finally comes out around you guys and is like, I don't think I fed on her.
We haven't had the conversations yet.
Go ahead and have it.
Guys, I may have oopsied.
I don't think I fed on you last time, Ingrata.
Sorry, Ma, I goofed up.
And Greta, you don't really know when he's referring to or how long his feeding cycle is. So as far as you know, what the fuck he's talking about? The last time he fed it was on you, right?
Elaborate.
The other night, I attempted to come find you and feed off of you, but I apparently didn't find you.
Well, who did you find?
All I know is they had exercise equipment.
It was a blur for your if you're trying to remember it. I would need an intelligence
Okay.
at disadvantage if you're trying to raw remember.
Intelligence at disadvantage.
It was dark. You weren't sure. It was a figure in the bed.
I guess I chose the wrong room.
Well, the problem. What in the damning hell is wrong with your mic?
He's eating it.
Can I get a perception check as a straight roll, Matt?
Yes. I did switch back, okay. Perception.
Okay. Then I'll need one more roll from you before I give you context. Insight a disadvantage.
A disadvantage.
Yeah, you don't know who you ate, but since you're on edge, you did notice that for whatever reason, Greta was talking to Professor Yang.
Okay.
But you're not sure why.
Hmm.
You're like, okay, whatever. I guess you start talking to a teacher. You know, it happens.
Yeah.
That did be what students do.
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear you correctly? You fed on another poor, unwilling participant?
By accident. I didn't realize I wasn't until recently.
Winnie.
Yeah.
You're not Winnie.
No, I'm so sorry. Like, that's a reflex from when I used to be with. Never mind.
Eloquent. You really need to get this under control.
I know.
If this gets out of hand and more people find out, you can't expect us to come to your rescue if you can't make the effort to get it under control.
I will make sure to come earlier next time to make sure I don't run out of time and not realize who I'm feeding on.
What is the frequency at which you need to feed?
About every 3 days.
And how long does it take for somebody to recover from your feeding?
Give me an insight check, Matt.
Not at disadvantage?
Correct. You're not sure. Ever since you got hurt from your own ability, you don't. Because you realize the time it took for Alina to recover was different than in Coretta, so you don't know if there's a consistency right now. But you also know. But you also realize that's not a good answer to tell someone.
But it is the answer I know.
Yes, it's the answer you know, but do you share it?
I'm not fully certain on the time frame for recovery.
Well, Anchoretta, how long did it take you to recover last time he fed on you?
I don't even remember. Was it a day?
Intelligence with advantage.
16.
It was approximately 2 days, so you needed 2 full long rests before the mental fatigue wore away.
Okay, so she'd relay that.
And Alina would realize it took that's double the time it took her. She only needed 1 long rest. So it's whatever it might be happening with Goswin is potentially escalating.
Hmm. I would say for now, try to feed every 2 days.
All right.
Are you okay with that, Anchoretta?
What? Say it again.
He needs to feed every 2 days
Mhm.
to avoid the chance of him feeding on an unwilling participant.
Yep.
Are you okay with that? Can you handle that?
I can handle anything.
Okay.
You're able to find Drazimir, and he gets out some books and materials, and comments on the fact that even though he checked into it, and because he was hoping to become your tutor like he was for Alina, that spot was already assigned to Mina, and so he's happy to study with you in his own time as well.
Good. Perfect.
So for Alina and Ancoretta, you will get a flat +1 bonus to the next test you take
Yay.
on every section. So there's
Oh,
two sections, you'll get +1 for both checks. Unless someone happens to eat your dreams a day or two before.
No, no,
hmm.
no, no, no. He won't do that.
Well,
He better not, because now that I have this orb, I get to dream of the cute green-haired girl.
Like, you got the art handout of her. She looks like she's meditating or some shit. What's sad about it is that in her personality, it explains that she kind of has a little bit of like, I want to try something really, like she's a try hard, but she has like ADD. So she has like really trouble focusing. But when she does try to focus, it's like with all of her heart, but she just can't keep maintaining the attention span.
Poor girl.
Sorry.
I know, but she loves doing what she does, but it's like, um, but yeah, Lorene. Yeah, I'm aware that it's a weird name though. So Goswin, what do you want to do for academics?
I guess if we continue with the classes, I'll do. Since we did the Arcanobotany, let's do the magical auras.
I should have planned more on that, but I don't want to spend like 10 minutes looking for some offline Reddit thing. So I will claim that this time it goes into the differences for how the different classes and can sense things. So a paladin is like a guest lecturer about talking about divine sense, and then they have like a person who looks obviously like a wizard or sorcerer. They look like magical robes. They're obviously a caster of the arcane variety, and they talk about detect magic, and they talk about how that's different than actually full on communicating with things like speak with objects or speak with animals or speak with a dead kind of thing, about the connection with magic between those, rather than just feeling it, like sensing it versus feeling it go through you kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But for Goswin specifically, give me an insight check.
Insight. Not at disadvantage or anything.
Correct.
Nat 20.
You are able to gain the insight that um, for a couple of days now, around campus, there anyone in the faculty have been a little on edge, and you're not sure why. But it seems like the vibe they give off is very faculty need to know, go about your day kind of mood if you were to ever ask. So there's like no point in asking.
Mm-hmm.
But one person you haven't seen going around campus is Professor Yang. And you also realize that you don't, and that's when you finally put two and two together for what if you fed on Greta and you talked to Professor Yang and shit's escalating to be bad things happening for you. And you realize this right in the middle of the magical auras class.
But how would she know, though? She would have to be asleep, so now I'm trying to figure out how exactly she'd know it would be me, though.
That's the thing. You don't know if she is knowing it's you, or if it's necessarily that she's talking about her experience with Yang kind of thing. It's one of those, for what information you currently have at hand, this is what you're able to intuit. You need more information. You don't just get to know everything from 1-20.
Oh, yeah, I know. I guess I will have to try to follow her silently again.
And if you try doing that the next time you all are in medical physiology's class, you'll notice that there's for the first time in the whole entire school year, it's not Professor Yang. It's a different professor that you recognize from like what was it? Like the numerology one given by a Quandrix teacher. They're subbing in for Professor Yang, and claiming that she doesn't feel well that day.
Did he kill Yang?
I didn't.
I did.
I did not.
I killed it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe you've done this.
Again. Anyway, but yeah, that's what you're able to realize. You had that insight in the middle of Magical Auras class, and when you attempt to go after her again, you realize you don't have an opportunity to because she's not around to follow currently.
Mm-hmm.
Which is more worrisome than if you couldn't get away with following her in the first place.
Mm-hmm. I guess I will have to wait because I don't know where to find her in order to figure out stuff.
So we go to Kendrix. What do you want to do for academics?
I was going to study with anybody who was available, especially anybody on my quote-unquote friends list. In fact,
is there anyone you would seek out to specifically to try to want to go study with?
Oh no.
You could say
because you're able to reach out to an NPC yourself. Just want to strengthen their friendship.
Or if you want to reach out to a player because you want to talk to him about something.
True.
I could do that too.
Look at you having options.
Mm-hmm.
You just ask to study with Aline, and you're like, we gotta kill Goswin.
All right, look.
It's like, oh, thank God we agree. I thought it was just me.
Why do you people always hop to murder as the first thing? Come on.
Murder
It's so easy.
I can't say hop. I lost my frogs too, you bastard.
Yeah.
If you love something, let it free.
Actually,
if it returns to its meant to be.
By Monday, Kendrix, you would notice that she doesn't have her frogs anymore either.
This is a mistake we must rectify.
If you love something, let it free. If it returns, it was meant to be.
Yeah, but with all the mimics around, I'd rather return it myself than hope it returns on its own before it gets eaten.
Wait,
I'm sorry, mimics?
Yeah.
That's what they had to kill in the place where they tracked down where the frogs were. I told you this earlier.
Yeah, but no, Alina. I don't think anybody said this to Alina because she would have been studying the whole time.
They did not.
Well, we're telling you now.
Yeah, they didn't mention the mimics thing until now.
So like her eyes would just go wide, and she's like mimics.
Yeah, it's really weird. Shortly after they started appearing, they started closing down some of the rooms that we've fought the mimics and other miscellaneous magical creatures in. Like that room over there that they're investigating, I fought a which one was it? A spectator?
Yep, a
I
spectator.
fought a spectator in that room. And then we fought a mimic that was an ink bottle in that room.
And the rooms he points to in the biblioplex, it was like they're not near each other. It's like literally dozens of feet apart. So it's like way over the distance. The other room was where he pointed to the mimic kind of thing. But it's noticeable because those are like the only two like magically sealed doors currently, as far as the classrooms go.
Huh. That's concerning.
But back to the original question. Surprisingly enough, I think I would study with Erzmektok.
Oh my
Lord
goodness.
have mercy.
Did you fall on your head?
Erzmektok would have like a moment if you approached him and presented the concept. If you found him like at the cafe, because he would be one of the people in those quiet rooms of study at the cafe. um, if you had found him and proposed the idea to study together, he would look at you skeptically but accept in the end. And he's one of the people who is like no nonsense people, where it's like if you're going to study, we're going to do it right kind of things.
Oh, I already knew
yeah.
that was coming.
Oh God, I can't remember. I don't know how to pronounce this. The next exam is going to be on the Odiugs.
Otyug.
Yeah, there you go, Otyugs.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they're on.
Oh, Otyugs are fantastic. We almost had a party wipe to one of those in one of my campaigns.
That is what the next test is on.
Good times. Good times.
Why are we?
And by
why are
that,
we-
I mean not at all. Those things are absolutely disgusting. They smell foul. They look worse. They have tentacles, but not the fun kind. And they are actually, before 5th edition, they had another ability that got removed in 5th edition, where the damage that they did to you also had a pretty decent chance of giving you a disease, because their habitat is refuse piles.
Yummy.
They literally live in refuse. And their main strategy is to lash out with tentacles and grab you, drag you into the refuse, and then devour you. Good stuff, yo.
Wow.
So yeah, that's what you two end up studying together.
Fair enough.
He doesn't. He seems not necessarily as prickly as when you first met him, but he's like one of the people who's like he wants to stay on task like every step of the way.
Of course. I didn't go to him to hang out. I went to him to study because I knew he'd be a good study buddy.
So for academics, you all went for studying, whether it was with a person or was on your own. For the most part, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Except for Goswin, who kind of figured something to only figure out how a little more fucked he was, huh? Okay, on to extracurriculars. In Coretta, you're studying. What about everyone else?
Okay. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Alina.
Water dancing club.
Oh, sorry. At this point in time, Goswin is able to pay you all back.
Yay!
Oh yeah. So I get my.
Keep in mind, Goswin, you had to minus all of your money that you paid, correct?
Then I got 100.
Go give yourself 100 gold, and then I'll start divvying it out to people who fucking paid you.
So 15 for Anchoretta. Nope, I went the wrong way with that one.
Yeah, because she's not an asshole.
And sit.
I know you had more than 15.
It was 19?
For me.
Yeah, okay. I'm like, my brain just lost it, and I was like, wait, which way would it be? Also 19
Seven.
or 17.
Yeah, 17.
I'm 17.
Okay.
Ugh.
All right.
And then everyone who has jobs, 5 more gold.
Woohoo! I'm basically back where I was on gold.
I just made a profit of 4 and then got another 5, so I'm at 48.
Wow,
Think
man.
about where you would have been if you didn't, if you never had to go study.
Mm.
Okay,
All right, I'm
boss.
back.
He paid you back with the initial 17, and then you have a
Hooray.
job, so you have another 5.
Mm-hmm.
Double hooray! So plus 22.
And keep in mind that whoever aced the test, you do get 2 student dice. If you only pass, you only get 1 student dice.
Mm-hmm. If you failed, you don't get any.
Correct.
Shut up.
Sorry.
So, what do you want to do now that you have a job in club again, Jess?
Water dancing club. Just like I did before.
You get to the water dancing club, and you notice that the fish that she traded out are now angelfish, and she is still stuck on. She is still trying to get the job done, but she backslid on progress since you were gone for so long, and you were the one who helped her talk to animals, or at least figure out what they want to do with simple communication.
I would go up to her and I would tell her I am so sorry that I haven't been able to help you for so long, but since I managed to pass the most recent test, I'm back and I'm gonna work twice as hard to make up for the time I missed.
She smiles at you, and basically like shrugs off your apology like it was never necessary. Um, it's fine. Um, but stops dead in her tracks as you see a mage um, that, technically speaking, Matt has seen before. Matt Goswin has, but in an entirely different context. This mage is if like think about if you had like the richest person you can imagine, and they had an outfit made to be stylized for red and blue for Prince Mari's shit. This is the person really decked the fuck out in a really fancy ass red and blue outfit. Um,
Bezos?
and they're walking. They had if they had Bezos's money. Um, they're walking in and going through the club, basically, and they seem to be scanning everyone's progress and seeing what's going on. And you notice that the other people, they haven't got the person hasn't gotten to where you are, because you're like in the very back corner with Lorene and the fish, because it's one of those unorthodox things. So you're not out in the open kind of thing, in the very prime. You don't get the prime spot pools kind of stuff. So they're not to you yet, but you notice everyone else is seeming nervous or confused upon this figure's approach.
I would just kind of like nudge Lorene and be like, "Who's that?"
Uh, she looks confused and nervous. Um, and she tells you, I don't know anyone else who would get that kind of uh, look from all the other people here. She looks like she's really deep in thought and trying to rack her brain because she realizes the person's gonna almost be upon you. And um she's like, I don't know. The only figure I think
Oh
could ever.
god damn it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, disconnect.
If you disconnected, we didn't notice. You didn't leave the chat.
Oh,
Weird, I know.
good to know.
She lets slip the name Galazeth.
Ooh, sexy.
Galazeth?
Yeah, give me a history check.
History.
You can't put your finger on it, but the name seems to check out. That it's like that sounds like someone important. Yeah, okay, I guess it makes sense that everyone's a little weird about him.
Yeah, it's a fancy name, so I can see.
It's like if someone wearing that outfit with that fancy of a name, they got to be somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she doesn't know herself, but you realize she had a rack. You could see that she had to rack her brain to get that name in the first place. And she probably only knew that because she was a smarty pants Quandrix person.
Hmm.
And for the record, I would have gone harder on you, but you are Prismari, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I would have gone harder on you if you weren't Prismari. um. But the figure gets to you two and asks in a very almost like half confused, half amused tone, and an air from the voice that really gives off like "don't fuck with me," but like one of those like distant dad tones of like you want to impress me, so where's your efforts to impress me? It's like, so what do we have here? Lorraine just freezes on the spot, not sure what to say.
Synchronized swimming with fish.
The figure raises one eyebrow,
Well,
obviously indicating to you to elaborate.
well, as a sea elf, I can communicate with sea creatures. So I am attempting to help my good friend Lorraine here train these fish to follow the proper motions to perform a synchronized routine with her.
You hear a single solitary um, almost like it was, you don't know if it was a laugh or clearing of the throat, but it was a much deeper tone than you would expect of a thin build, because this is like a pale high elf that is here in front of you, and it's like high elves don't fucking sound like that. What the fuck are you doing? And they just look down on you like, then I would expect something interesting indeed, and then walks off. And then you just and if you look at Lorene, you'll just see her like wide-eyed, still like pale-faced. Give me an insight check.
Boop. Nope.
You're friends with Lorene. I'll give you advantage.
Nope.
She's scared.
Hmm. What's the matter? Just
Do you know who that is?
a high elf.
She slowly shakes her head no, and inform you that that's the founder of the Prismari College. You
Huh?
basically just promised the ancient dragon that founded your college and a good show.
Hmm. Well then, I guess we'll have to work extra hard to impress him.
She takes her hands and like puts them in her hair because it's like she was nervous about doing a good job before, about having like her peers in the water dancing club think down on her. Now she has the fucking founder Prismari having higher expectations of her to not fuck up.
Don't worry, Lorene. I know that you are entirely capable of pulling this off. I fully believe in you. And you
Like
have my unending support.
she has like her fingers like tangled in her hair, kind of like trying to like grasp her head in like a frazzled manner, and she's like, sure.
I would like reach up and like take her hands and just like hold them and tell her like, come on, you can do this. Believe in yourself. And like look direct like right in her eyes to try
Persuasion.
and try to like give her support.
And you see her do a few inhales and exhales, and she says that she'll need a little more time to gather herself, but she's done for the day. Uh, but you currently now have high expectations from one of the founders of Strixhaven. Good, enjoy.
I just I did realize something. Alina probably actually would have known who he was, considering that her family for many generations have all been Prismari.
No, I want you to know the check was a 12. You got an 11, dude.
It was like
Fair
a
enough.
name that you remembered but didn't know where.
Yeah, that's why I told you what I did. It's like you know that the name is. It makes sense that that name is of someone important, but you just can't figure on who, or why that name matters, or why they're important. But like they're important, but why again? I'm not sure. That kind of thing.
So yeah, so
Yeah.
she would have heard it from like other family members then.
You would have put the dots together after Lorene officially told you. It's like, oh.
Oops. Teehee.
Yeah. But Goswin would have seen the what was it? Galazeth and another one. Belladros. Together, Galazeth and Belladros would have actually looked on and watched Roar's performance, and they're the two who talked to her that night. But you had shitty perception rules, so you had no idea. Yeah, the leaders of Prismari and Witherbloom went to go watch her show
That makes sense.
because she was becoming a big deal on campus, and they periodically one of those. Well, it's like one of those things where it's like the king of the king of the kingdom goes like, "Let me walk among the little people, see how it is, see how they're doing." It's like that kind of. It's like that kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they want to stay in touch with the little man kind of concept, and they want to make sure what they built is still going along nicely enough to their standards.
Mm-hmm.
Belladress wanted to show off to Gelizath, and it's like, you know what? Witherbloom isn't all just like one or the other. We got some cool people too, kind of thing. Uh, but yeah, because you had not great roles, but Goswin's the only other person who would have even vaguely recognized the figure that Alina saw today.
Mhm.
So that is what you have for your club. Do you want to do a job or do something else extracurricular?
I'll do the job, get a little extra pocket money. Because I mean,
Earn that 5 gold.
yeah, I mean, because like Lorraine's done for the day. She's really the only friend I have outside the group, and
Yeah, like
well,
you can like try to make you've met plenty of acquaintances, but if you want to like outward to be like I want to search for someone else and make sure they're not just an acquaintance but a friend because they seem nice and cool from all the things that I've seen them interact with the other people, and it's like you can go after that and one of the other people that one of the other many NPCs, but okay.
yeah, I'm just gonna go for the gold.
Um, keep in mind that you don't necessarily need to attend your job at literally every single opportunity to make sure you don't get fired. I want to just make sure you're aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah. Like when I say like you get 2 things to pick for your extracurricular. One is if you want to go club and job, that's fine. But if you want to go club and I want to hang out with them at the cafe or something like that, you can. Um, but you said job, so we're doing job. From studying this whole entire time, you come back and you're no longer helping build a set. You seem to be rudimentary, helping people with cues for helping people time a prestidigitation or a properly timed daylight spell or something like that for when to do like a spotlight on someone. As an example, or when to do certain pyrotechnics and shit like that. So they've gone beyond building the set, gone into the process of, okay, we're doing dry runs.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like what are
Uh,
the cues for tech versus the actor's lines versus in between scenes, all kinds of shit.
Fun.
And since you were gone for so long, you got to be the one to do. I forget. Do you have Mage Hand?
Let me see. Where's my mouse? There it is. Well, yes, Mage Hand.
Okay, then knowing that you have that, they'll commission you. Will delegate the concept of being one of the runners. So you're one of the people that uses yourself, uses your own strength, which isn't a ton, and your mage hand in order to put things on and off the set between scene changes at very specific locations. So you move around the set pieces.
Nice. At least I'm helping.
Yeah.
I'm getting paid.
Hey, it's a job. It is a legit job on the world too, just for the record. So that's what you end up doing, and you just get reacquainted with other people that are there, and you start seeing more of the actors. So that one guy who seemed unimpressed with you at the very beginning of orientation, you see him now and then because he is one of the leading actors in the play.
Huh.
Yeah. He
I
seems
don't
like
remember.
he seems like he does take it very seriously. His name is God, it's a long ass name. One sec. If you look at your handouts for all the names, it's the one that starts with Q. It's like Quintilius something or other.
Oh, that sounds right.
Quintilius Actifian Malantor III.
Like Aurora, he was very proud of his full entire name because of this. It's the third. It's a legacy.
I'll call him Quenny.
He would not accept that. He would like glower at you if you attempted it, or when you first attempt it, if you were to address him with such.
And if that's what he would do, then I would be like, okay, I'm sorry. I'll do my best to remember. Full name. What's your preference?
It's like, yeah, like you've met Aurora, but you also, being a fan of Aurora's, you realize that during any time she was ever introduced, it wasn't like, and here's Aurora. It's like, no, here's Aurora Luna Winterstar. Like it's like the whole name every single time. He's like the same way, but he's not announced that. But he happens to be in a production, so when he's addressed, he prefers it because he's so proud of his lineage.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just getting reacquainted with the people who did used to know you. Like, hey, weren't you around later? Oh, studying? Yeah, that checks out. Okay, okay. It's a lot of like very little, very like a handful of small talk, but mostly you're just moving things around. So there's not like a lot of like fun times to go through because you're just getting reacquainted with the process of that you missed out on.
Gotcha.
So that would be your job and extracurricular. And Coretta doesn't get one. Hendrix, what do you want to do?
For my extracurricular?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I've got my club, so I'll do that. Wait, no.
No?
Because, hold on. Looking at the name.
Kendrix doesn't know she's gone yet. If you go to the club, you'll find out.
Rosie Miffenbit.
Rosie, okay.
Because she said that she would help me look for
She did.
my frog friends.
She did. She give me. You were able to easily find her easily enough. You find her at the end of when she was scheduled for the LARPing, and she is actually dressed as a very tiny dragon. She has to take off the costume. It looks like a lot of like layers of leather scaling. It's not like proper armor, but it looks the part enough for dragon scale. If you look at it from a little bit far away, kind of thing. Like if it were on a stage, it'd be passable. Um, Especially for like her size, comparatively speaking. And so it's like if she were playing a baby dragon, you're like, not bad. And so she took off her costume, and when she saw you, and she put it away properly, like even though she wanted to rush you and help you because she does remember her agreement that she promised to help you and stuff, but she wanted to put it away properly and like not like haphazardly get yeah. And he's like, is it time? Do you want to look for those little cute little frogs?
Of course.
I
need to find my little friends before a mimic eats them or that spectator comes back.
She looks concerned and then angered. It's like a huge like wave of emotions hit her because of what you mentioned in sequence. And give me an investigation with advantage because she's helping you look.
Oh boy, I am so good at this skill. Let me tell you just how good I am at investigation.
Not bad. 74.
Man, I wish that's how that worked.
Give me a D100 with disadvantage. A 7 out of 4. 74, right? Yeah, 74, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. It doesn't go well. She is, for what it's worth, she is genuinely supportive and seems like, even with your passive insight, passive perception, etc., she shows all signs of being genuinely concerned for your frogs and wanting to help, and a genuine interest in helping you find them. It's just that you both don't, with the classes in questions locked off due to faculty concerns, you don't know where to start looking necessarily, and all the avenues you've tried aren't necessarily working out. Nothing's panning out with any solid leads as of yet. You can try one more time, but if you have another bad roll, it'll be the end it'll be the end of one of your slots for extracurricular.
Yeah. All right. I'll try again. Meh. All right. Well, 16 is significantly better than 7.
It is, although 4's trying to drag you down there. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know, right?
The closest hint you get from even the random passerby student at like a long shot kind of concept is that they saw something slimy. They admitted that they were kind of drunk when it happened, but a lead's a lead by this point, kind of thing. They saw something slimy, red and orange together. They were sure these two things were together, red and orange together. They saw them headed toward Sedgemore, which you know is the potentially terrifying swamp area by Witherbloom. You got herb stuff there before, but you were in like the herb area, safe-ish area of it. The tone this person was using implied that they did not head toward or stay in necessarily the safe area, so to speak. And that's all they really know because it was mostly a blur to them. But as I said, a lead's a lead. Fuck it.
Wow, a swamp? Crazy.
And by this point in time, because the burned time from that 7, this is all you're really getting out of one slot for extracurricular.
That's fair.
What else do you want to do for your other extracurricular option?
If I'm not mistaken, work, isn't it? I have a
If you
job.
If you want to. As I said, you don't have to go to literally every single one in order to keep it.
No, but I like doing my job.
Okay. The frustrating part is that it's one of those things where it's like, why can't they just get someone to do this job? It seems so basic and easy. And then you realize, oh, wait, they got me to do this job. Okay, fair. You're basically given a lot of a small booklet with like pictures of different oh god, what's the word? Oh god, plant figures. I'm spacing on the word. I feel stupid now.
Topiary.
Yes, I know I know it ended in airy. Yeah, different topiaries about how they should look and what they are, and you're basically having to trim them manually with your claws. So give me an attack roll.
An attack roll?
With your claws, yes.
All right, sure. Yeah.
Hadouken.
With that high of a roll, you are actually able to get it done quick enough and efficiently done well enough that one of the faculty members actually comments about how well you're doing, and you get an extra 1 gold this week.
Nice.
Hey, when you want to buy your own shit, every little bit helps, okay?
All right, I'm gonna have to ask you to change your name. I'm getting so confused every time I see Microsoft pop up when you send something.
All right, I'll change.
How
it
did
back
Microsoft get my Discord name?
Well, no, it's more so like, oh hey, Microsoft in the corner. I'm like, oh, what is Microsoft doing now?
That rascal. So you are able to, yes, very skillfully prune and shear down some of the overgrown topiaries that are around campus. and that would be your job sake. Now to Goswin. What do you want to do with extracurricular?
I think it'd be about time I should go talk to your Luna Winterstar.
She is not currently in her room, and she's not currently at Bosun Tavern or Fire Jolt Cafe. Give me an investigation check to try to see if you can find her.
An investigation? That seems like one of those that I might be a little bit better off on.
It is true that you have a student dice from being in the Dragon Chess Club. Yes, you are able to add the D4.
Mm-hmm. I will not.
Someone told you if you're like asking like random passerby or like someone you've seen at her concert before, or like one of her other friends kind of thing. They told you last time they saw her, she was in the Witherbloom dorm area, their campus, but but they weren't sure where she was going. It was just one of those like passing in the hall kind of moments for them. And last time they saw her, and that was like 10 minutes ago, so you might still catch her there, but they're not sure.
I guess it's worth a shot.
Give me an insight check.
Insight.
Offhand, you don't know where she would be going to like with Witherbloom. You realize she's Witherbloom associated, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're like an expert on their campus layout.
I guess I can go to the biggest building thing. Odds are I might find her there. Biggest place.
What was it called? I think Wiltroot Hall or whatever it is.
And I'd be looking at a map to figure that out, basically. Or would I have to physically go talk to somebody like, what place am I looking for? What's the biggest one?
No, you would know that much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You'd be able to realize that.
So then I guess I shall.
Actually, I'm going to show you this one. I'm going to put your token on here just because it seems weird because they don't. I guess this isn't for until a future point in time. But I think it's cool that they have a map for this. You are like right there.
I am tiny.
Yeah, this is it. This is how big the Witherbloom campus is. I want you to realize just how wide all the pathways are and how big the tree is, okay?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Wiltroot Hall is on the map here for the Witherbloom area. The Wittershins Hall is, I'm going to assume the, what was it? Basically where the dorms are for all the Witherbloom specific ones.
Okay.
It's like you're all in one. It's like, oh, where do I get my food from? There you go. Where am I going to sleep? There you go. Where am I going to hang out? There you go. Shit like that.
So it sounds like a good enough place to look.
Yeah. So give me investigation with disadvantage because you're not familiar with the area and you don't know too many other. You haven't consulted any other Witherbloom people in depth.
You know what? I think I'm gonna have to use my D4 on this one, or not.
You're able to find out that she ended up leaving with some dryad, but you don't know who it was, and she seemed annoyed about leaving with them. But this person saw them from a distance, and so you don't know where she is. Give me an insight check.
I was about to say dryad in the Witherbloom area.
I mean, the 19 still works. You don't need the
Yeah.
21 with a. Okay.
I forgot I still had it clicked.
You know you've seen a Dryad student before, but you don't know if that'd be the one that you would go with. You think it might be the teacher, but you don't know where she's been recently. She might have talked to Greta recently, but you don't know what kind of connection it is. With the information you have, you could spiral to think like, oh my god, is she trying to get to me, or is she gonna try to pin this on Aurora, a different Dampier,
I mean,
or is she trying to use Aurora to get to you, kind of thing. You don't have enough information to fully piece it all together.
was this the building that she went into previously, or was that a different building?
It was the same one.
Same one.
Yeah.
I guess then I would.
But
try
no,
to...
sorry, they didn't go into a building. They just saw her leave with the
Well,
Dryad.
When I followed her that one day, was that the same building?
Yeah, the Wiltroot Hall. Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
That's what you were originally told, and you're like, the hall. What's going on here? Let me investigate. Then you got someone like, oh, I don't know where they are. I don't know where she is, but she's not in there currently. She left with some Dryad bitch. And it's like this. That's the gist of what you got basically. And it's like, and they informed you that basically Aurora wasn't happy about going with the Dryad, but she did do so. Like it was their willing. To go, she went with them willingly.
When I did follow Lang the last time, what was this the building that she went into, or was it a different one?
You saw her go into Wiltroot Hall, and yeah, this is the same one, but you're not sure what necessarily goes on there. You don't know. You're not. You haven't. You're. It's like one of those. You are so engrossed in Quandrix shit that you're like Witherbloom beneath me. Whatever.
Yeah.
Let them play with the trees. Fuck them.
Except for the one.
I have theorems to solve. So currently, it does not look good for where Aurora is or who she might be talking with. That's what you're able to intuit.
Could I figure out if she has like a office here? Since she's a teacher.
Investigation, straight roll.
Straight investigation. I guess now is when my dice want to be nice.
They're not at this point in time. They had left the Witherbloom campus, and they're not here anymore.
Okay.
That's one of the frustrating parts where it's like, well, I'm gonna get all this information with a nat 20, right? It's like, oh, that's not a lot of information to get. Fuck. It's like they headed toward the central campus, but if someone didn't see exactly where they were or overheard a conversation about telling them at that exact moment, where we're going to this location now. I mean, they can only give you what they know, dude.
Mm-hmm. I guess I can head over that way to see if I can find them.
Investigation with disadvantage because you don't know where the fuck they could be in the main campus.
You know what? Fair. You know what? I think I'm going to use my D4.
You lose her trail.
Mm-hmm. Well, somewhere over here.
That is one of your extracurricular area things taken.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do with your second?
I will go to my club this time.
Dragon chess.
Mm-hmm.
Upon entering the building, because you've seen, it's like almost like time doesn't exist in this place, to the point in the way that people seem to not really care who comes in, who leaves. It's just constant games all the time here played. It kind of thing, where it's like it's like a quiet, intense atmosphere here, but at the same time, it's like it's like a weird time flow feel vibe to it. But not like an actual weird magic is going on kind of concept though. And as you enter, Rampart just beat someone very soundly from the looks of the board. And he immediately challenges you because he wants to keep his roll going. Do you accept?
I do.
Then first, I will need a charisma saving throw.
charisma saving throw. Oh my. It would be the 18. I forgot I had disadvantage again.
I will consider an 18, and you are not initially intimidated by his bombastic and overly direct personality because you've encountered it well enough now.
Mm-hmm.
Because he can get a little fucking intense, okay? He the humongous fucking locks it on, and he literally looks down at you as you play.
As one does.
Well, if he's literally built bigger than you, yeah, he has to.
Yeah.
And to play strategically, I will need a deception check from you to make sure you can hide your intentions from your strategy from your opponent.
Deception.
Okay, so far it looks like he has not caught on to any kind of level of gambits or risk you're trying to take or any kind of like traps you're trying to set for him. And I will need an investigation check to see if you can detect his. You are not able to detect his. You seem to be at an impasse, and it's one of those times where it's one of those moments where you're like, the board has pieces all around it, even though half the pieces are already removed, and they're just scattered apart in a if you don't know the game, it would be seemingly random placement across the board. But you're like both staring each other down. It's like, what are they thinking? Kind of a intense moment. And even if they're in the background, you just hear the sound of sand going down because you're old fashioned and just use hourglasses.
Mm-hmm.
And so what is it you want to do in this moment to try to break the impasse?
I guess go for something aggressive.
Give me an intimidation check. He just laughs at you like, oh, good show, my boy, but not quite good enough. And let's see what he gets. Give me a charisma saving throw with disadvantage.
With disadvantage this time. About to be expected.
Whether it's true or not, you get the feeling that you're getting overwhelmed on the board and you're running out of fewer options except the much riskier ones. And so it's one of those things where it's like, I gotta sacrifice this one. It's the only play I have, right? Oh my god. So you end up psyching yourself out. It's one of those moments in the game. You're like, oh shit. Like you feel like you're backed into a corner when you're not really. If you actually just took the time to fucking look at the board sensibly, but you're not in the right mindset for it right now. Not emotionally anyway. And so I will need one more deception check from you.
One more. I guess I really like that 18 for deception.
Curse of 18's not a bad curse to have.
And you are sure when your back is against the wall, metaphorically speaking, that you're like, okay, I got this. Oh my god, my pieces are just in the right position. He's not going to notice. He noticed the trap you set out for him, and he was able to overcome it. And despite it seeming close at many points in the game, you have lost a good rampart.
Good game.
He takes your little tiny hand and his humongous fucking locks it in hand. You're like, I don't know how this is supposed to work, but okay, here you go.
Do the standard one, so.
Yeah. You now have +1 relationship with Rampart.
Oh, I thought you already told me I did.
You get +1 above that. You now achieve his boon.
Oh, you're saying I get.
You would get +1.
Mm-hmm. Woohoo!
You can copy paste this into the boon area for your slide. It's actually a pretty cool one, but it seems a little niche. So whatever. I guess you'll see.
Mm-hmm.
That is the bonus you get when Rampart likes you.
I feel as though another player would probably need that more.
I wonder which.
It's a mystery.
I mean, that depends. If there's a legitimate investigation for like some antagonistic force, and they're misconstruing that as Goswin, it's like they're conflating the two, and the campus security might be on his ass, so he actually might need this one.
I was kind of thinking that way too.
Those were your 2 extracurricular.
Yes.
That was actually pretty fortunate because there was a 50-50 shot whether you would have faced Rampart or not, to be honest. And his boon is lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would have done a roll if he lost, see how gracious of a winner he would have been, to whether or not you would have fully succeeded in gaining his boon, even if you beat him. But yeah, he is a gracious winner, for the record. He doesn't rub it in. He is a really good sport about it, for what it's worth. He really passionately shakes your hand, like your arm is like, oh my god, is it gonna come out of my fucking socket? What's going on here? Shit.
My arm is jello.
But he has, as we discussed before, he has no, malicious intent. He's just really happy to play someone who he views as on his level.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that would be the end of extracurricular. And let's say at the after class, on the next Friday, which you have a different scent, the smell of like a campfire. Like how like the smoke's going out. If you ever have any of you actually been camping?
Mm-hmm.
I have.
Like when you have like a fire cooking for breakfast, you get to like put it out and like the smell of that smoke while it's dissipating. That's what it smells like in class. And I need the 4 of you to give me a perception check.
Perception.
Did all 4 of us?
Yep. Everyone but Goswin gets it.
I hate a feeling.
This was a self-study day to try to focus on any remedial parts that you were trying to help, especially because last week was a test. But you noticed that it wasn't exactly even on the average self-study day thus far. Professor Yang would still go around periodically to make sure everyone was understanding the material properly or offering help with questions, stuff like that. But this on today, her chair was like pushed so you only saw the back of it. And for the 18 and 19, you notice by now, any smell that has happened before in the past, it was like, say, lavender, cinnamon, pine, Rosemary. This is the first one that instead of a live plant, it smells like a dead plant.
I think Red is okay with that.
It is normally Witherbloom. That's what she's based off of, right? Right?
Not talk louder.
I don't know anything about this, so I was making a offhand joke. You're good.
Like it should be fine. She's with Witherbloom. It's all about life and death, right? It's fine. But that's what you two notice. That it's like it breaks a pattern of what has happened before. Godwin isn't aware of any of this, but the other three of you are. Do any of you act or say anything upon this realization?
In the immortal words of Goku, I am getting the strangest case of Dijon mustard.
How dare you make a poop on me?
So you'd actually mention it so Godwin realizes too?
Sure. I mean,
I just want to
whether
confirm what
he
you
realizes
are not
it or
doing.
not. I am making note of it, but whether Goswin actually realizes it or not is up to him.
Okay, give me an insight check then, Goswin.
Insight. There's another 18.
Okay, from the mention of it from Kendricks, yes, you realize the strangeness of the former sense or something like alive, and this is the first one that's dead. And you realize that Professor Ying's chair has never turned around once this whole entire period.
Is the professor dead?
I was about to say, is the smell coming from her?
You have to give me another perception check if both of you are curious.
I want to know. Dead people are cool.
I guess not cool enough.
Yeah.
Goswin and Kendricks can smell that it's not just smoke. It smells like you're smelling ashes. And it is coming from the direction of her desk.
I am going to investigate.
I shall assist, I guess.
You can go up to her desk because everyone's like shuffling out now because you only have the time to realize this at the end of class, and so everyone else is leaving class when you're like, wait, dude, shit's going wrong. What's with this weird scent? Fuck. And so you four are the only ones left in class when you go about this because everyone else is like, self-study, fuck, we're done, yeah, and then they get bolt because they got better shit to do. At least in their eyes. I mean, come on. And so, because it's like a Friday afternoon, you finally get free for the weekend. Yeah, you're gonna bolt. Get real. And so you go investigate her desk, and when you turn the chair around, you see the burnt, desiccated remains of Professor Yang.
So hold up.
She suffered. She no roll needed. She obviously suffered a powerful amount of fire damage.
So you're telling me that in this 3-hour class saws, nobody looked at the professor?
It was self-study when you're supposed to all do your own thing. When one of those, tell me, if in a college lecture, if they say, "Hey, just do whatever for this lecture," I got more shit to deal with as a professor right now, and they all just do self-study. Are you really gonna be like, "Okay, where's the professor at their desk? I gotta make sure I see them." Or are you gonna be like, "Oh my god, I just want to goof off. I just want to look at my phone." What's more likely? Be realistic.
Okay, all right, you got me.
So, the last time I heard of anything about her was that she was with Aurora Luna Winterstar.
And Goswin's currently the only one who, Ancoretta. It wasn't Ancoretta and Alina stayed at the table apparently, so you'd have to go get them because they're like across the room kind of thing. Or would you two have followed if like, fine, if you're gonna go do it, I'll go follow kind of thing? Because only Goswin and Kendricks got up to go check it out.
I'll follow.
Yeah, I think Anchor would have followed too.
Okay, that's when all four of you see the husk of the formerly alive professor.
Well, I guess we gotta let faculty know.
And it's a little creepy because if a dryad could have like one of those open mouth face of horror, terrified faces. That's what her face is burnt frozen in. It looks really freaky because she's actually made it like out of a tree wood kind of look because of how dryads are, but it's like it's still really weird.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm going to. I guess we're gonna go. We're gonna go get the faculty.
Yeah, Incoretta and Goswin are aware that even though it might look like fire damage, you are both aware of someone else who does do this to plants.
I was gonna ask, is that what it looks like? Is it like it got burnt?
Give me an insight check with advantage.
Both of us?
If you want, if Incoretta's curious too.
Advantage.
Yeah, with advantage because you both know of a possible person who might have done this if you're thinking about the possible source. Incoretta, she looks burnt. Shriveled. She looks shriveled in a way where she's dead, and you're not sure if it's fire damage or if it's decay death damage, but it's like definitely not alive anymore, that's for sure. Goswin realizes she was dealt a very, very, very large amount of fire damage. Not sure how, especially someone of her caliber, but she's dead. Like, just overtly, like, past negative point threshold, she's dead.
Well, that's not good.
As far as you know, what Aurora can do, it wasn't her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first thing Kendricks would do would be like, okay, let's get another teacher. Correct?
Yeah.
Like, fuck, I don't want to get blamed for this.
There's also one other person I'd like to inform specifically.
Who would that be?
Erzmak talk. Because isn't this the professor in charge of our horticulture class?
Yeah.
Club?
Yeah, she is. Or she was.
Man, if only I had 4 mana.
You do not currently know where he works. If you try to look at the Biblioplex, or if you try to look for Erzmatak at the Biblioplex or any normal quote-unquote haunt, they'll just tell you that he's at work, and many people aren't enough friends with him per se to know where he works offhand or to care, or they're doing their own thing to get enough of a shit to direct you. Because I'm sorry, not everyone's a non-asshole here.
I wonder where he works.
Well, if Kendricks is looking for him, but would you really go along with Kendricks? Where it's like, oh, you want to go tell the teacher? Okay, I'm going to go tell this other guy. And it's like, okay. Or like, how would that go about?
Oh, I thought he was going to tell the teacher, then go tell.
I know, but would you go, is that the sequence of what you're trying to do?
Well, if they're also going to tell another professor, then I would just be like, okay, I'll meet up with you guys at the Biblioplex later. I have someone else I need to speak to.
Because if that would be the case, I would also do the same thing, but go to a different person.
So telling a professor, someone in the faculty of authority, would be up to Alina and Incoretta.
Yes.
Then.
And who would Goswin go to tell?
Aurora, Luna, Winterstar. Because last I heard that they were together. So,
currently, you can find her actually easily enough. She was gonna try to plan on doing another show later tonight at the Bozen Tavern. But you're able to catch her while she was like mid hangout tea kind of mood.
Mm-hmm.
And she does not take the news well.
Yeah, it's like last I heard you were with her, so I feel like I should at least let you know.
She like accuses herself because you see a couple of other friends you've seen her around before, and she's like, I gotta go, and she just basically like unceremoniously just like, leaves like the table. She grabs her bag and stuff with her, but she quickly tells Javanesh and oh god, Tuleka or whatever the fuck his name was. I forgot his name. The actual manager of the Bows and Tavern. She basically tells them that she has a bout of the performance tonight, and she feels really, really bad about it, but she's not feeling like up to it. And they like give her like an understanding nod and just let her go. You don't have to do a check, but you get the vibe that with the mood you came in with, they were kind of eavesdropping on you. And because this is before official hours, and so it wasn't a lot of volume to take away from being able to do that hard easily enough. So yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm definitely gonna try and hunt down Erzmak Talk, find out where he works.
Investigation with advantage.
With advantage, all right, fair enough.
$5.
You have enough context clues. You have enough context clues to try to know where he might work, or to find someone else who might have a good enough knowledge of him to be a good person to ask, kind of thing.
Well, I guess we'll find out. 14's not bad. It's certainly better than the alternative.
They just know he works somewhere in the science field. That's all they can do to help. They don't know fully where he is. He annoys them. He's a bit of a dick, and they don't like him much. But they know he's really into science. So much that he does it for a job that he bragged about at one time. But they don't give a shit beyond that.
Sounds right.
Who would Alina and Incoretta try to approach as far as the faculty member goes? Is this the first one you find, or what? Anyone specific?
Actually, Incoretta would not go. She's more interested in the body, or the remains of the body.
It's like, okay, you all go tell people that this person died. I'm just gonna go stare at it.
She's fascinated by the thought of death and ashes.
Would Alina just let her be there alone with the corpse? Or would you go alone to go try to notify the faculty? If just to say something I can't hear.
Jess?
He's dead. I can go to his room real quick.
Hey, buddy.
Please don't tell me he's snoring.
What?
Stay awake. Okay, this is like the last thing we're doing for the session tonight.
Weird. I just stopped hearing stuff coming through my headphone.
Yeah. What's the thing you heard?
I can't even place it now.
Lovely.
Professor's dead.
Professor's dead. Kendricks went to go look for someone. Goswin ditched you all to go look for someone else. And Incoretta just wants to look at the corpse. Would Alina go on her own to go look for a faculty member to notify?
I would probably want to stick with my friends.
So who would you stick with? It's like they all thought that everyone else was going to take care of the problem of notifying the faculty.
Well, then I will fucking bystander effect. I'll notify the faculty.
That's not the bystander effect.
I thought the opposite, but okay.
Well,
so would you look for anyone? Would you look for
I'm making
anyone?
sure the bystander effect doesn't take place.
Would you look at would you look for anyone in particular as far as a faculty member goes, or just like the first one you find who looks faculty-ish?
First person I can find.
You are able to find someone at the biblioplex because it just looks like students on your way there, but you got to figure some kind of teacher. All kind of classes are taught there. You know, teachers got to be there too, right?
Yeah.
And so the first a faculty-ish person you find is one of the faculty members that's meant to be like there isn't a computer help desk, but it's basically a faculty member as that role, and so you can inform them of stuff, of the situation, because it does appear like no one realizes what happened yet.
Then I would let them know that there's a murderer on the loose.
You are. They leave their little circle box thing that they normally have, and then as soon as they do, like a hologram of that fucking person is like pooped in there. It's like Matt, you've been to the Sundry store from BG3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that, where it's like a hologram person just meant to be like a store or font of information. Many times this school actually, they only use this kind of version of the NPCs for like an emergency. And so that's what you're seeing it now. But normally it's an actual person, because talking to a computer is annoying as fucking answering a robocall and trying to get to a real person, through to a real person. That's why they realize an actual person being there helps stuff, the process. So yeah, so they want you to show them in person, and so they can get all the details for themselves. And so they ask you to escort them back to the class. Do you? Jess?
What? Sorry.
They ask you to escort them back to class. Do you do that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were still talking to Matt.
Nope. So you come back, and okay. For the record, by that point in time, though, there was like a solid like 10 minutes of like no one even in earshot. Did Incoretta want to do anything specific while she was alone with the body?
Yes.
Okay, here's a chance. Go ahead and do it. There is literally no witnesses and no oversight. What would you want to do?
Lick
Oh,
it.
no consequences.
I didn't say that. I said in this moment there are no witnesses and no oversight. You were literally alone with the corpse of your teacher. What do you
And
want to do?
there's ashes, right?
It's like you. Give me an insight check. You figure out two key things right now. One, if you were to poke any part of her with any amount of force, her form is very fragile right now, so you could probably cave in any area of her body if you really wanted to. Two, this is going to be very soon considered a crime scene. So if you're going to steal anything and not have anyone realize it, it has to be done very soon, like now.
All right, so she's going to chop off a finger and put it in a vial. Or if that's not available, then get some of that like dusty dust and put it in a vial.
As soon as you try to position a finger to go into a vial, it really loses all of its substance, and you basically get a vial full of dead dryad ashes into your vial.
Perfect.
Why?
Give me an athletics check to see if you can break it off just right. Good enough. You broke it in such a way where one of her fingers isn't noticeably missing from her dryad form.
Perfect.
It's her character. I give her the opportunity. That's what she wants to do, man. I don't know. And around the time you put your vial away and pat it, so there's like, okay, no one's gonna notice now, right? Good. Okay, good. And then you hear people running back, and you're like, who the fuck is that? Then some random person you might have seen in the library a couple of times comes running back with Alina.
I got help.
Oh, perfect.
They ask you for literally all of the details that you can remember. They want to know exactly what happened. How would you explain things?
Found the teacher dead.
Went to class for a long time. Did not notice teacher was dead. Turned around the chair. Boom, dead teacher.
She initially went to Alina because she seemed more intelligent and potentially more smart, detailed oriented, and then she went to turned her head to Incoretta because it was like, oh, that's all the info I'm gonna get from this one girl. Great, fucking sea elves every time.
Racist.
Like everyone's a little bit racist. Deal with it. And then she realized that Incoretta gives her stupid information. where it's like it's important information, but it's presented in like the dumbest way possible.
What else is she gonna say?
It's like, tell me a story. A, B, C, D. Here's where we traveled. Here's what we did. Done. Boom. Story. That's kind of how you said it. That's kind of how it's presented. And it's like, okay. She'll ask if there was anyone else in the classroom at the time of your discovery.
I mean, the whole class was here, wasn't they?
No, our 4 friends were here. Or the 4
She
of
looks
us.
at you very closely. 4 friends? Who are they?
I mean, it was me, Alina, Goswin, and Kendricks.
She pulls out a book from her pocket like it's a fucking portable hole kind of thing. It's like there's no way she could. It's like a regular jean-sized pocket. Like how the fuck did she put a whole entire huge thick tome in that little pocket? It's that kind of size of a pocket. It's like really shitty. It's like a girl jean pocket. There's like what the fuck is how small is that? But I know it's so tiny. But she pulls like a huge book out of that and just starts writing down. And she wants to get complete details of Kendricks and Goswin. And this is about the time where you two actually find Aurora and where you find the clues to find Urznek talk, even vaguely. And that's where the timelines line up now. And so Alina and Incoretta are alone, having to describe their friends' appearances and whatnot. How would you go about that? Or how would you explain Goswin to someone who doesn't know anything about him?
You're looking for a dumpier.
Right.
I mean, faculty should know, because I kind of have to let them know.
Why not just draw him a picture?
Oh yeah, can I? I'm a fucking painter. Can I like try to? Can I like try to draw them?
Performance check.
Where is that?
This is you painting a picture to help with the visuals to see if anyone. You make like a really stylized version of Goswin like mid spell because it's like no, I got it. Like, no, I don't finished yet. I gotta finish this bit over here, and then it looks really fucking cool and stylized. But you realize like a third of your picture was completely unnecessary. Like it's cool and has a lot of flair to it, but it's just a bit much. But that kind of thing. It's like for what was needed, you could have stopped a few minutes before that, but you wanted to get it just right, kind of thing. It does look cool, but it's like I got it. No, really, fine. It's like that kind of thing at the end. Yeah. For what Goswin looks like, and how would you either of you explain Kendricks?
I will try to draw another picture, but I will try to keep this one simple and, kind of like a complete sketch.
Big sexy cat.
Oh, I know exactly what you would do. Hold on.
Don't do it. Whatever you're thinking, don't do it.
No. This is going to be great. Hold on.
I don't like the sound of that. He's gonna poop on me.
He's gonna send you a picture of like Leomon or some shit.
Oh god.
No, I'm not going to send you a picture of Leomon. That would be silly.
He sent me a picture of Leomon.
I didn't think I'd fucking call it.
I'm kidding. He hasn't sent me anything.
No, I'm
that
going
would
to
be
post it
hilarious.
publicly, obviously. Let's see. Hold on.
I wanted to see what his reaction would be, but he didn't say anything. He was just like, "Oh, okay."
But would Incoretta be staying still and letting Alina paint this whole entire time and not saying anything at all, or what?
Well, it wasn't really painting. She like got paper and like writing utensil or whatever, and like drew the pictures.
You initially said you're a painter, and that's what you were gonna do.
Well, I meant like artist in general.
You're an artiste.
You make a general likeness that's pretty solid, but unless you knew Kendricks in person, it would just look like a really skillfully detailed picture of a Leonin. And it's like she assures you that she looked to the bottom of this, but you're not quite sure that she's just not going to be racist against all Leonin from the picture.
Just remember, to narrow down the one you're looking for. He answers to Kendricks.
You see her jot a little note after taking your picture. Jot a little note beneath it and like put it into her book. And is there any information that Incaretta would add to the descriptions or explanations of Goswin and Kendricks?
Oh, yeah, does he wear anything like specific?
Me? Yeah.
Like something that would like differentiate you from most other Leonin?
Yeah. I mean, I dress in the Quandrix style, but I have the and I also have the Quandrix pendant, but I have the Inkling mascot plushie.
That would actually be something like good
Very
to
distinctive.
yes. So I would inform her of that. Just like, he's Quandrix, but he does carry around an inkling.
She narrows her eyes at the comment and then just another couple of notes down, and then looks at Incaretta for any last notes.
Nope, that's about it. We're all innocent.
Uh,
I don't even think I have any fire magic, so
give me a persuasion check.
Not ones.
what, me too?
No, Incaretta.
Hey, with the negative. Let's go.
Good job, buddy. Good job, home slice.
She looks at you a little dubiously, and then it's like slowly nods, and then closes her book, puts it back. It like somehow fits it back in the little tiny little pocket again, and then it like turns step and just like, rushes off. And that and by that point in time, when Aurora left, would you follow after her, Goswin?
Did she seem like she wouldn't want to be followed at all, or?
Insight.
Oh, I forgot I had it.
She's troubled by the news, but she doesn't necessarily. She didn't give off one vibe like one way or another about like don't follow me or like come on let's talk. She wasn't intending for anything regarding that, so she didn't give off one way or another.
Okay, I guess then I will.
You are able to find Talk finally at his workplace, as a lab assistant, like cleaning materials and making sure they're everything is properly in place for like all the alchemical experiments and stuff.
Yeah, I could have told where
thought
it
that
was.
would have been like a scientist himself instead of an assistant. Seeing how cocky he is.
Well, I mean, he is a student, so.
Yeah, he is a first year like all of you.
He's a first year. He's got way bigger of an attitude for a first year.
Yeah.
Why do you think I butted heads with him so swiftly?
Why do you think everybody hates him?
Yeah, why do you think he was so hard to find? Because like no one likes him enough to know that shit about him.
I thought he was at least like our senior or something.
No. It's like you realize some people have really big personalities. Like you really think like Aurora thinks she's gonna be a big hit star.
She is.
Like,
she will. I believe it.
Exactly. Like she's. It's like think about all the fame of like of basically like Bruce Springsteen and Michael Jackson put together, and like
Oh, God.
That's how big she thinks she's gonna be.
Ooh, Jesus, that's a lot, man.
She helps for herself. She has really powerful self confidence. Okay.
The fucking I can't remember. Bruce Springsteen's the boss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the boss and the King of Pop put together. Damn.
As far as star power goes, that's how she was. She genuinely thinks she was born and destined to be great.
Well, I mean, if you don't have the confidence, you don't have a chance of making it there.
Yeah. But being too overconfident can also be a detriment.
So how would you go about telling Earthneck Talk the news when you find him, Kendricks?
I'd probably ask if he has a moment to talk about something rather important. Only a minute of his time.
And he literally starts a timer.
Something in private.
You see that he was actually very meticulous, trying to like pantomime what he wanted a mage hand to do at the time for like dealing with a very particular hard to reach area in some of the like the Bunsen burner type bottles and stuff. And he slowly puts everything down and then turns to you. Like it's a weird like half concerned, half suspicious kind of look because to him this is out of nowhere, and you're not exactly best friends. So he'll go along with it, but he thinks this is a little sus.
Oh, don't worry. It's about to sound a lot more sus. The professor's dead.
He narrows his eyes and is like, which? Because like literally every single teacher here is called Professor something.
You know what? That's fair. I personally don't remember her name, but my character would absolutely remember her name.
Professor Yang.
Professor Yang is dead.
You see a flicker of shock go race across his face right before you see him look down in like, or you could already see his gears turning for like trying to figure out a question. You're not sure what he's thinking of as of yet.
My acquaintances went to go inform the faculty, and I came to inform you, since I figured you would be one of the people most interested to know. I'll let you get back to your work.
He slowly nods and lets you leave without saying a word. Give me an insight check as you leave.
Sure. I am theoretically decent at that.
You are.
My faith in you is always misplaced.
You got the job done. You did what you came here to do. Now you're just leaving.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you leave, he's just going to start crying.
I guess we'll never know.
The world may never know.
It would surprise me if he did, because he doesn't seem like that kind of person, but at the same time, the reason I came to inform him specifically is because I knew he enjoyed the horticulture club.
Oh yeah, like it's one of those things like you got ultimate experiences. It's one of those things where it's like he wanted everything done right because he cared so deeply about it.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we said we'd meet at the Biblioplex when everything was said and done. So
would
I
the rest
think
of
I'll
you
head
also
over
go
there
there?
now.
Currently, no. As far as
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you were following Aurora. You were kind of like pseudo stalking her.
I want to make sure she's okay.
You're a perv. You just want to get with her before she's too famous.
Oh, sorry, too late for that.
Get in on that magic tattoo money. Oh, sorry, Jess, you weren't necessarily here for that. Aurora's parents are actually reloaded, and they're some of the makers of the pens that give you magic tattoos.
Because I know she was giving tattoos during some kind of event.
She gave one tattoo when they visited Bozen Tavern.
Yeah.
And that's when Lorene was. Lorene was in the kitchen helping out one of her friends because they had missed a shift, and she was making up for him to help out by being a good friend. But then that's when Steam and Mephits attacked everyone in the kitchen, and she got knocked out. And at the time, Alina was the only one who had ever noticed her, and it's like, oh, okay. But yeah. Her family's fucking loaded. So, let me see. Actually, by this point in time, Matt, give me an insight check.
Insight. Hey, I'm down there with Kendricks now.
You know what? Never mind. Anyway, like, where were we? Nothing out of the ordinary here. Don't worry. You're able to find a minorly quiet place where you see her having a. She seems to rush off. Do you want to follow her as in keep up with her, or follow her as in trying to see what she's doing or where she's going? if you wanted to keep up with her, you'll have to like do the equivalency of dashing and basically running, because she seems nervous for a reason you're not aware of.
I was about to say I would have to do that because I currently can't keep up normally.
So your level of dashing cannot keep up, but it's a high enough way to be like, let me. Where's she going? Shit. Mr. 20 feet per turn, right?
Yup. I'm worse than a short race.
So, you see her run all the way to the Witherbloom area into like a coiled branch root area of a tree, where she is under the impression that she's alone. And give me a perception check to see how well you notice what you're seeing.
Perception. I notice.
You see her having a panic attack.
Oh god, get her some Xanax.
I personally have no clue what to even do in that situation for somebody, so.
Like IRL?
IRL or in-game.
IRL, if somebody's having a panic attack, you get them some fucking Xanax or something equivalent. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. I've had panic attacks. Like,
as far
you
as
get
I
them
can
something.
See,
give me an Arcana check.
It's like, I don't think we have these in this realm.
That's high enough to know that there does exist a spell called Calm Emotions.
You know, that makes sense. I don't have that spell.
Yeah. Xanax was the only thing that got me through when my brother made edibles and did not tell me they were edibles, and I ate 4 whole edibles at once.
Awkward.
Scary, actually.
Oh, I bet.
I called my mom before I was too far gone, and she brought me some Xanax.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, you see that anything in about a 20-foot radius of her, plant-wise, completely and immediately dies.
Well, I guess it's a good thing she's over here.
You're about 50 feet away from her currently.
So
She killed.
if I get too close, there's a chance I might get affected by this as well. You're saying?
Insight. Probably. But you realize she's probably not in control of it right now.
I want to make sure she's okay, so it's like I'm debating whether I should go over to her, even though it might.
You're about
worse.
30 feet away from the like the quote unquote borderline of it, because it's like a perfect circle around her of death.
Oh god, it's the curse of contradiction.
I guess I.
And this is about the time where the rest of you are actually at the biblioplex and notice that Goswin has not returned. And it was a basically unanimous thing of like, when we back? Yeah, when we back, it's fine. That kind of thing that everyone agreed to. He's not here.
Should we go find him?
I mean, I kind of didn't say where I was going either, so.
What a dick. The teacher is gone, and he's just... I'm kidding. No, she wouldn't call somebody a dick, but she would be a bit worried.
Would Anchoretta or King just have any thoughts on this?
Kendricks is very upset because he was enjoying the horticulture club.
Things
Yeah.
that
Hello?
With enough passive insight, Kendricks would realize that there'd be someone else in the faculty put in charge of the horticultural club, but she did have like this motherly feel to her. Like she kept everyone in control, but you know she cared about it in a very nurturing way.
Like you should when you're dealing with plants.
Who'd have thunk a dried over you like that, huh? Weird.
Crazy.
What do the three of you do when you realize that he's not there? Do you actually stay where you are and just wait for him? Or what else would you want to do, or do you want to do?
I would suggest continuing to wait, because we don't know where he went.
You guys could leave, and I walk right up right as starting to leave.
Would Retta and Kendricks just be cool just staying to wait?
What do you guys think we should do?
Well, I'm surprised they met me before I made it to the Biblioplex.
You got to the Biblioplex, and it was one of those all weirdly timed points where you kind of all got there at the same time.
Okay.
It took a while for them to have the pictures drawn out fully with enough detail to be viable.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough, I guess. If I have a little extra time just while I'm here, I think I would try and look for our amphibious friends.
Investigation disadvantage.
Well,
it's been a while. It'd be hard to find clues by this point, okay? In this exact point.
That's fair. It'd be funny if now I do good roll.
You do good roll.
Yeah, I told you
that's
that
good
phone's dragging you down.
Blaze it. Blaze it.
Yep. 420.
Even after all your edibles.
Hell no. I will joke, but I don't know.
It was like, I might as well go. Look, you know what? That wasn't a very good use of time. Fuck.
Nope. Well, it's not like I can personally do anything about the professor, and I told the one person I needed to tell.
I will look.
Based on what, if anybody else told me what they did, everybody else did something about it. So,
Could I if I wanted to look for clues on the frogs as well, would it be disadvantage?
Yeah, because it's about 5 days old, and this place is normally cleaned.
Damn.
Hey, both of you
I did a little bit better.
I like how both of us with the disadvantage, if it wasn't, still wouldn't have got it, but we both had 20s.
And those were nat 20s as well.
That is true. That 10 does not make it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We both nat 20'd, but because of disadvantage, it didn't matter.
Remember when I disadvantaged 2 nat 20s?
It's like, yeah, good times. For the record, I swear to you, that did save Matt a lot of trouble.
Are you sure about
Yeah.
But he got a bad roll the next time, and that things add up. Okay.
I mean, I just don't want to be the. I just don't want to be the cause of his downfall.
Sauce.
What?
Would it be possible to end on a cliffhanger right here?
I was about to phrase one, but sure, cut me off.
What?
Well, you're saying this now when you haven't really input much into this into like the last 10 minutes of talking.
Because I've been thinking.
About what? Boobs?
No. About.
I think about that a lot.
About
cool.
death.
My death?
No. Anyways, go ahead.
I think about death a lot.
Cutting back to like if it was a camera, you'd cut back to where Goswin and Aurora are, and would you have gone anywhere nearer to her?
He would have started to walk closer, yes.
Okay. Around the time you're like 40-ish feet away because you were 50, and you don't walk that fast right now. You feel like there's this small pull from you. I need a strength save.
Strength save. Surprised I rolled that high.
And that's where we'll end it tonight.
Next time on D&D Z.
Will Goswin actually get sucked into a death vortex?
Neat.
Death is cool.
It's vortex warp plus wither and bloom. Oh my goodness.
I want you to realize none of like 99% of all this shit that's happening right now is improv and based on him picking a fucking Dampier and doing what he's done so far as a character. or we already would have been into the next adventure part.
That's okay.